racing. Chocolate Freckles hopes not to melt on the early lead, and Chocolate Freckles from the 3 spot pops out okay. So does With Her Boots On, and With Her Boots On is a mare kicking up Canterbury Park main track dirt to grab the lead to the inside of Chocolate Freckles. After that is Balymos, about 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead, tightly held, and Maiden Rock is right next to that one. So they basically go in 2 packs of 2 as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side, and With Her Boots On at 2.5 to 1 shows the way. Chocolate Freckles clings to that one, just a neck back. Everybody's tightly held. Balymos is narrowly clear from Maiden Rock, but runners 3 and 4 are about 3 lengths from the lead, and now they have less than a half mile to go. And Chocolate Freckles re-engages with Her Boots On, and they travel in perfect harmony. After that is Balymos to the inside of Maiden Rock. Those two right together, and off the far turn they stroll, the 4 covered by 3. Chocolate Freckles with Her Boots On to the inside. Freckles, Boots, Boots, Freckles. They arrive at the top of the stretch together. Balymos watches a good one now from 4 out of it, and Maiden Rock has tailed off to be 7 lengths rearmost, and up goes Chocolate Freckles. Chocolate Freckles apparently has put away With Her Boots On, who is resurgent on the inside. With Her Boots On coming right back on Chocolate Freckles, and now apparently has put Chocolate Freckles away. It is With Her Boots On. Number 1 is number 1 in race 1. With Her Boots On, kicking up dust in the winner's circle. Set. And they're racing. Just Because was off a little slowly. Big Pete at 0 for 20 and 2.5 to 1 strikes to the early lead. Lee of Little Faith secures the running to the inside just off the heels of the speed, and Kelsey and Big Pete trying to come up big on that early lead. Calico Joe rolls into second, just 1 length from the lead. After that, Lee of Little Faith now joined by Imagined Dragon, and outside of that is Just Because, who has recovered stylishly to be 6 out of it after the bad start. Then it's Michael and Lee's Classy Dude. They're about 9 lengths behind Big Pete, and Big Pete continues to tug along the other 6. The lead is 1, nearly 1.5. Calico Joe on the prowl to the outside. After that, we have Lil's Classy Dude to the inside, looking for a way through. Imagine Dragon just off the heels of the leaders. Just Because, last out of the gate, rolling up 4 wide. Then it's My Calante beginning to close in, and Lee of Little Faith is last, but only 6 lengths behind Big Pete, and Big Pete is encountered by Calico Joe, and those two are locked in battle heading for home. Calico Joe set down for the drive. Big Pete looking to become resurgent, but not looking good. After that, it is Just Because, and they're chasing Calico Joe. Here's My Calante with a fast run on the outside, but it's too late. Calico Joe prevails.
We're locked.
And they're racing. Risky Situation wins the start, and the Archie is in search of the lead. To the inside of Minnesotan, past the gap with some speed. Grunder is 3 wide of that group. Right behind them is Botany, chasing fellow Archie. Risky Situation. And New Dice is only 2.5 lengths from the lead. 5 Sardined now by 3, and they have 4 to go. Risky Situation in hand and in command. Botany comes sneaking through to the inside to offer a challenge. Past the Cat, now 1.5, 2 in arrears. Grunder is wide and not strictly the one to catch. New Dice 5 out of it, and Risky Situation cuts. Risky Situation and Kelsey Haar put 2 on the field and do so at 6 to 1. Botany is in second, watching that 2 run away. After that, Past the Cat, New Dice, and outside of that is Grunder, and they head for home. Risky Situation and Botany. Risky Situation, the Archie to the inside. Botany, the Archie to the outside, striding out beautifully. Here's Botany. Then it's New Dice, the stablemate to Botany to the inside. It is Botany from New Dice, but Botany, the winner of race 3, finds the harvest quite bountiful. And they're racing. Grace a Lace, looking to give the field no mercy, but now has been overtaken by Honey Crisp, and with 1 lap to go, a headstrong Honey Crisp and Harry Hernandez lead the run into the first turn and secure the inside coyly, but now there are 3 astern around the turn. Right next to Honey Crisp is Anna, and Anna runs right by and takes the lead. It's Me is next. Then we come back to Diggs 1, wide around the turn, 3 out of it, sharp off the layoff. Northern Charmer is angled to the outside and is about 4 lengths from the lead, running by Grace Alace. Then it's about 5, 6 lengths back to Wild Invasion. Up the barn side they travel, race 4, Sunday CBY. Anna and Lindy Wade show the way by 2. In second, It's Me. After that, Honey Crisp. Then we come to Northern Charmer, beginning to advance at 25 to 1, about 4 lengths from the lead. Northern Charmer overtaken or joined by Diggs 1. Grace Alace shoved on 5 out of it, and still nothing from Wild Invasion, and they're approaching the top of the stretch, and it is Anna trying to show the way all the way to the finish line. Anna now shoved on. It's Me applies pressure. Diggs 1 firing on the 3 wide side at 9 to 1, and behind them is Honey Crisp. Also, It's Me between runners. Here's Diggs 1. Up goes Diggs 1. Grace Alace resurgent. It's Me between them, and Anna coming back gamely on the inside. Anna toyed with them, and Anna wins race 4. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. Johnny Up is ridden for speed. So is Long Shot Scary at Canterbury. That's the 6 way outside, now angling down. Then it's Halo's Laddie, the 2 to the inside. Johnny Up's between them, and KC's first BMW aggressively splits runners and puts the head in front. After that, Hold in Tight, 5 lengths from the lead. Direct Action is 7 lengths rearmost. They head into the far turn. It's 4-6 battling out supremacy off the far turn. KC's first BMW strolls clear of the Long Shot Scary at Canterbury. Johnny Up takes up the running in second. After that, Hold in Tight, then Direct Action, and Halo's Laddie can see them all. Around about the quarter pole, race 5 CBY. Here's Johnny Up to the outside, and Johnny Up puts those red blinkers in front and runs away from Casey's first BMW. Then it's Direct Action, nobody else of any consequence, and Johnny Up and Frank Reyes are gone. The People's Choice, Johnny Up first. And they're racing. Tight beginning for Rowdy Red Glare, pinch back to last and now is rank. Kurt's Choice, bet down to the 7-5 favorite, zings off to the early lead, and it's Kurt's Choice going quickly, narrowly clear from Mr. Insensitive to the inside, and outside of that is Class Compounds, and they are 2.5, 3 clear from Ring-Tailed Tudor, fourth and 4 lengths from the lead. It's still Kurt's Choice in front. Then it's He's Connected. After that, Lucky's Lane, and Rowdy Red Glare has settled down 8 lengths from the front. They race in single file, and with a half mile to go, it's Kurt's Choice tugging them along by a neck. In second, Class Compounds. Outside of that, Ring-Tailed Tudor. Securing the inside and saving ground is Mr. Insensitive. Then it's He's Connected. The Tampa Steam is on the move as the 5 begins to regress. After that, Lucky's Lane to the outside of Rowdy Red Glare, and they're still just 7 lengths from the lead, and they arrive at the top of the stretch. Eduardo Gallardo and Kurt's Choice trying to go wire to wire. Class Compounds continues to fight. Then it's Mr. Insensitive, Ring-Tailed Tudor, and behind them, He's Connected. Outside of that, Lucky's Lane into the final furlong, and Kurt's Choice has run them off their feet. It is Kurt's Choice, the People's Choice, taking them wire to wire. 3-2-4 in race 6. And they're racing. Slow beginning for top of the game, began last of the field, and Single Me Out, the hot favorite at 1-2, immediately skirts clear by 2. After that, Tizona to the outside of Release the Beast. A recovering top of the game now moves up to 4th, and Single Me Out races well off the inside in path 3, and the hot favorite holds the lead by a half, but their challengers inside and out. Top of the game from last right up to a joint second with Tizona. After that, Release the Beast. Some Tequila's on the move. That's the 4 beginning to swing into action, and Big League Benny would swing for the fences from 9 out of it. Single Me Out now down closer to the rail with Harry in a length and a half lead. Tizona lays second, top of the game, right behind the leader to the inside. Then it's Some Tequila, Single Me Out, top of the game to the inside at 9-1. Outside of that is Tizona, then it's Some Tequila, but Single Me Out continues pounding away with an ever widening lead, and it's Single Me Out and Harry, the People's Choice, winning it easily. And they're racing. Tight start for number 5, Gabriel's Legend, pinched back to last. Swift beginning for Angel's Magic with some early speed. Hocus Pocus and Angel's Magic at 3-1 has run away by 5. Angel's Magic from Bubba Bob as they corner for the first time. After that, Color Me Legendary takes up the running to the outside of North Arm Bay. Mystifier, 8 lengths from the front. That's the 7, running by Burning Leaves, hoping to stay undefeated. And after that, we come back to Try Spot, and a Try Spot is a good 10 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Angel's Magic. This Angel continues to spread the wings and fly away. That lead is now 8 from Bubba Bob, Color Me Legendary, and North Arm Bay. Mystifier is next to the outside. Now they're beginning to close in a bit. After that, we have Burning Leaves, and the field still is covered by about 12, 13 lengths, and sole alone up top, it is Angel's Magic and Chad Lindsay. Angel's Magic still has a healthy lead with a quarter of a mile to go. Angel's Magic from Bubba Bob. Outside of that is Mystifier, running by Color Me Legendary, and they're coming home now. Angel's Magic is tired, but is tired with a 5-length lead. After that, it's Mystifier and Bubba Bob. It is Angel's Magic and Chad Lindsay. They are gone. Pay the Angel on a Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast and the turf if you open up your programs, we'll go over the changes on today's 10-race program with a couple of stakes races later in the card with the quarter horses. We debut our all-turf pick 3 later tonight, starting in race 2. There's no scratches in the lid lifter. Race 1, free and clear of changes here at Canterbury Park. The first official change won't happen until the second half of the early double. As you can see, first race, no changes. Second race, jockey change on the 1, Ghost of Genevieve. Make the rider Adamir Santos. Santos picks up the mount on number 1 in race 2. That kicks off the $1 all-turf pick 3. tonight. That'll take place in races 2, 5, and 7 with only a 14% takeout. 2, 5, and 7, $1, all turf pick 3. Give it a try. 3 and 4 are clean. No changes in races 3 and 4. The next change will happen in race number 5. Number 1, Further Evidence, is a scratch. Scratch the 1 in race 5. 7 should be listed as a gelding. Race 6, Free and Clear. Actually, race 6 is a gelding. Race 6, a gelding. On to race number 7, where we scratch number 1, Barbara Roloff, and number 5, Flash Flood. Race 7, take out 1 and 5. Race 8, Free and Clear, stakes race. No changes in race 8. Race number 9 will be the next scratch on the card. In race 9, scratch number 7, Red Hot Mama. And a jockey change on number 5, make the pilot Luis Valenzuela. 7 is scratched. Valenzuela rides the 5. Race 10, no changes. In the nightcap, another stakes race, no changes in race number 10. Up next, Jeff Bidet, Angela Herman with everything you need to know that's going on right out here at Canterbury Park.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Canterbury Park. It's our first Wednesday night of racing, day number 6 at Canterbury Park. Wednesday racing is back. That means we've got a lot of different bets tonight, including a turf wager that Ange will tell you about later on. But 7 thoroughbred races, followed by 3 quarter horse races, and 2 of those are stakes, the North Star State Derby and the North Star State Futurity. Jason Olmstead looks to continue his domination in those 2 stakes. This is the 3rd running. He's never lost one.
And some of the families have made their mark over and over again in these stakes races. We're going to see some continuation of that a little bit later in the card. Beep, beep, rev, rev, one of the names that we've heard a lot in the past. And we'll see if she can pick up where she left off. But speaking of dominant trainers in the quarter horse rankings, I mean, he just has a lot of horses up here. Jason Olmstead has been a force in the quarter horse ranks year in and year out for about, I don't know, the past 5-10 years. But some different trends have emerged this year when it comes to some of the jockeys and trainers races, especially on the thoroughbred side, because we had a runaway winner last year in the jockeys ranks, that being Harry Hernandez. He's worked his way back up into second, but the opening weekend took him a little while to find his stride. Now just 2 behind leader Alonso Quinones, who got off to a very quick start. Do you picture Harry maybe getting up for a tie to the lead by this weekend, or will it take a little bit more time in your estimation, Jeffrey?
Well, Alonso is red hot. He is riding both turf and dirt extremely well. So, and his agent, Richard Grunder, the crafty one, Grunder, I think this will be a battle for a while. I mean, Harry just, I believe, has more mounts.
Right. Well, that shows up there, 35 versus 20.
Overcome him with just the sheer number of mounts. And last year training title, we had a tie with Burnt and Mac Robertson, but this year Tim Padilla on fire.
Yes, and he led the way for their opening weekend. It's getting very close up top, and it's not quite like previous years where we would have 1 or 2 separators very early on. As you can see, they range from 3 to 6 after a couple of weekends of racing, and some definite names that you're going to want to keep an eye on with maybe more horses up here than would normally come. And you're going to see those names probably shift around quite a bit, I would say, over the next couple of months.
It will be hard, though, to beat Burnt and or Robertson. Just, again, sheer volume, the number of horses that they have in their barns. It's tough to beat them. But percentage-wise and betting-wise, we always want to look at those trainers that are high percentage and that deliver at a price.
That's very true.
Now, we've got a lot of great owners here at Canterbury Park, and there's always some new ones, some new faces. We had a chance to catch up with an owner named Jeff Jacobs, who has a horse in tonight's 3rd race. He's had some horses at Canterbury before, but he's all in this year. He and his trainer, Juan Gutierrez, are at Canterbury, and they're running all their stock here. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Jeff Jacobs, owner from Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm here running this summer at Canterbury Park. So then last year, we went to Arizona Downs, but I decided that this year I wanted to come to Canterbury. And it's just one of the big tracks that I've always just cherished. It's always been one on my list to want to be at, and run during the meet. Everybody's just so friendly here, and the weather's beautiful, the atmosphere's nice, the racetrack is amazing. That's what I appreciate the game. I love numbers. I love, not a really big gambler, but I just enjoyed the game, and the horses are just a passion. Not being raised around horses, my parents weren't involved. My wife was, as a young girl, and we've been married 36 years, same lady, and she is still involved in quarter horses and that. But it's just, there's no background in my family, but I just had that passion. I love the animals. I got a little farm, so when they need a break, I give them a break. I don't push them. I do what best I can to keep the horses as sound as I can, and we just have a great time. There's nothing like it. The highs are highs, the lows are low, but that's what keeps us in the game. If it was easy, I wouldn't do it.
There's a lot of great stories here at Canterbury, and that's just another one to add to the mix. You can check out any of those videos or the stories that are put up on our blog. Me and Ted and Jeff do an excellent job tracking down all the personalities on the backside here at Canterbury Park. You can catch up with all of them. Get the link on our website. Now back to tonight's racing. We have a few quarter horse races to end our card, as Jeff mentioned, 8 through 10. We're going to go right in the middle of those 2 stakes races with a maiden who has 2 starts to her and has some less experienced competition to take on. She is one of a couple of Norton trainees, and Cartel's Eagle, I think, will be the very first 2-year-old quarter horse winner of the meet. Now, it's in race number 9. She's the 2, and you'll know right away pretty much what you're going to get from this very speedy filly. 300 yards should be right up her alley, and Cartel's Eagle is the play of the day.
Pretty nice, Ange. Let's hope that one wins. I mean, those plays, if people don't pay attention to the play of the day, they don't like money. I mean, let's just be honest about this, right? Now, speaking of money, that's what we're here to do. We're here to make bets that win, and there's a chance for you to really take your handicapping to the next level, and that's by playing in the Express Bet $40 feeder. You can see the graphic on the screen right here. Every Wednesday night, there will be a handicapping contest exclusively on Express Bet. You can play it across the nation, or if you're at Canterbury Park, you can play it here. $20 entry fee, $20 live bankroll. You're making $5, $4, or $2 win place bets, and for every 15 entries, one entrant wins a $300 entry to the June 21st contest. You win that, you go on to the $2,000 contest at the end of the meet. Then you could win a Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge entry or an NHC entry. So again, you could turn $40 into virtually $500,000 if it all plays out well for you, and it all starts right there every Wednesday night. Now, a little bit about this all-turf pick 3. This is something that our director of racing, Chris Mers, added. He's new this year. We wanted to emphasize the turf, so we added an all-turf pick 3 with a 14% takeout. Now, please note, the races are not consecutive. Races 2, 5, and 7. Those are the 3. And I know that you put together a little ticket here that could cash for big money.
I did put together a little ticket, emphasis on little, and it did get changed around by one scratch, but we go a little bit heavier in the middle with those maidens. Now, that's race number 5. And race 2, I could only narrow it down to a couple of horses. Couldn't quite toss one or the other, but the angle horse and also the power play, as it turns out, is in race number 7. That's the final leg of this pick 3. We both really like Lock It Down, and both of us will give our rationale for that later, but I think she would be the recommended single of the sequence. That's just $6. I mean, you can add and subtract as you see fit, play it a few times. It is a cool wager. It's only 14% takeout, and it's $1 minimum. It's one of those pick 3s that's going to look very different each week that we play it. And I saw a skinnier ticket today, but certainly there's going to be opportunity to play some big tickets for big payoffs down the road on the turf.
I think that $1 minimum helps boost the pool too, and it certainly helps boost the payoff, as does the 14% takeout, which is low in pick 3. That's a very low takeout. We're known for that, though. We're known for low takeouts. So don't forget, we've got this great wager, but we also have, starting in race number 1, which is only 15 minutes away, the post-time pick 4 with a 10% takeout. That's incredibly low. And then our final 5, pick 5. It's on the final 5 thoroughbred races. That's a 10% takeout as well with a 50-cent base wager. So both the pick 4, the pick 5, 50-cent wagers. The all-turf pick 3 is a $1 base wager, but I think they offer a lot of value. We've seen that pick 5 pay, I think, a lot more than it would have, obviously, if the takeout was higher. So you're getting more back for the money that you put in, and I think our racing, even though, it's been formful. I think 38% of the favorites have won so far. That's not too far off the national average, really. So you can still play favorites here at Canterbury, but if you can find a little bit of a price, you can turn that into a decent payout.
Well, we had a pick 5 carryover night 1, so it's not like it's been strictly one trend or the other. I guess whatever you see for tonight, you might be able to cash in on opinions like that, as nobody was on night 1, but a lot of people were on night 2. I think 4 winning tickets or something, all over 25 grand a piece. It's been kind of all over the board. So with the conditions that we have too, it is nice out. I mean, it's been firm, fast, a good part of the way. It makes it easier to handicap out a little bit ahead of time, and that's what we try to get you to do, or try to provide you the opportunity to do by drawing early and having a 10% takeout, a 14% takeout wager, and then another 10%er all in our first 3 races. I mean, what else could you ask for?
I think the turf course, back to the handicapping part of this, the turf course is played fair. We saw horses come off the pace, then we started seeing speed horses win. I just think, it doesn't matter what surface you're on, speed can be dominant, especially if it's lone speed. But I think that's been fairly even. It's the dirt track, especially in sprints, that speed has been extremely dominant.
Lethal.
Really, if you look at the kind of the track profile, if you're not within a length at the half, you've had a very difficult time winning. We haven't had horses coming out of the turn 9 lengths back and closing to win those races. So when you're handicapping, at least the way I looked at it tonight, I really focused on early speed.
Yeah, it's hard not to, especially with nothing really changing as much with our weather, like we mentioned. It's just not going to change significantly. And if you do view the turf course as fair, putting in that pick 3 into the mix is a good way to add some spice with those dirt races. If you don't see anything outside of a speed horse, that might be a little bit lower down. But much opposite of our track in configuration, makeup, etc., is Belmont Park. And that's going to be site of the 3rd jewel of the Triple Crown coming up this Saturday. Belmont Stakes, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I don't have a strong feeling here, but we're going to get to see one of your favorites, Forte, who missed the Derby, obviously, and is out coming off of a layoff and is favored, I believe, in the Belmont.
5-2.
So my worry about that horse is that obviously some training was missed when the horse missed the Derby. Now you're going into the longest race of the Triple Crown. I don't like the layoff with some missed training. I think to get that fitness, you needed to continue to train her to race. So that's why at a short price, I might pitch Forte, but I respect your handicapping.
Well, thank you. I mean, he's not the horse that's going to make you rich, but if you're asked for your opinion on the Belmont Stakes, mine is that he's just better than the rest of his competition at this point. And class to me is more important at this juncture and with a mile and a half at this point in their careers than necessarily their eventual aptitude at the distance. Maybe they'll end up being better in a mile and a half than he is, but as of right now, I'm not sure any of them is a real specialist, and class and what he's done in the past in the foundation that he did build up prior to that layoff is going to definitely come into play.
But Belmont Park, it's not just Saturday. The Friday card is spectacular too. So if you like to simulcast wager, our race book, of course, is open for you. And Saturday morning, bright and early, we'll open up full day of racing at Belmont, followed by a full day of racing at Canterbury Park. So get out here and make your plays. And if you can't be here Saturday, well, advanced wagering is offered as well on the Belmont. So you can always get your plays in. And, you know, Angelique's forte, I don't have an opinion. Kevin, I know, loves Hit Show. And speaking of Kevin, we should probably get to him because I know he's taking a long look at these horses in the opener. Now, I'm all about TVW in here. I with all apologies to everyone else, Taylor Van Winkle, the trainer of the 4, that's who I'm pulling for here. I don't know best on paper, maybe not. You're going to get a big price here, 10-1 right now. Horse fits in for sure. Let's, Angela, check in with Kevin, who's going to give us an analysis of the opener. Kevin?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, exciting weekend ahead. Belmont Stakes Day Saturday. Make plans to join us for that. Advance wager if you cannot. This first race at Canterbury is quite the puzzle. Looks wide open to me. I'm going to tout the longest shot on the board. I like the 4-horse that you mentioned, Jeff. I like Taylor Van Winkle's charge here. Political Riot with Chad Lindsay. He looks to win back-to-back races. He won the nightcap on this course this past Sunday. But really, if you look at this race, I mean, the speed figures these horses have been running on the turf, all in that mid to upper 60s, all pretty equal. Go for Gold, probably the most likely winner. I'm a little surprised by 7-2. I know Angela fancies the inside marker. Harry Hernandez, red hot again after a tough start to the season. He won 3 on the most recent card. He's going to be in a great stalking position. That inside post is quite an advantageous spot here at this distance because they come out of the chute. So really there's 3 turns involved. Zuma Rudy is the 2. This horse cannot be overlooked, and right now 7-1. The price you're getting, I think, fits real well. If you go back to those turf races in Arizona facing similar competition, 3 back, this horse popped out with a 68 Beyer speed figure, stampeded him in the stretch. So at Canterbury, 6 tries, 3 times in the money, so 7-1 speaks to the value of this race. The 3 is Cybertruck. Took a lot of the early wagering. Jermaine Bridgemahan, one of the best turf riders we've got here. He's terrific. Has some natural speed. Another horse that's been running in those mid-60s. Ran here back on May the 27th. Ran a good third behind King Nate. Makes a ton of sense here. The reason I like the 4, well, a couple reasons. The horse is fresh. Last seen in late April in Arizona. Sharp workout here on May the 28th for Taylor Van Winkle. And I just think the race profile gives this horse a really good look. Should be mid-pack. Pace should be honest enough. And I like the form this horse is in for TVW. Number 5 is Chess Candy with Izzy Hernandez. The pesky part here is the 0 for 7 on the Canterbury turf, but another horse that fits at this level quite well, and you get 7-2. Fans fancy the outside marker. That is moreover. The bug boy, Barrios Lopez, gets the call here for the Asperino gang. I think the angle here is lone speed. There's not a ton of speed on paper, and this horse has a lot of natural foot. Looks great in the paddock. My goodness, does the 6 make a nice impression. I think you're going to see the bug boy scoot out there and use that speed to his advantage. If you look at turf Beyer speed figures, this horse has the best numbers in that category, and if this horse is able to get loose, should be a real problem. There you see the grid of selections. I do think by the time the dust settles, the 1 Go for Gold goes favored, and you can see the experts do agree right there. It's race number 1. That means it's time for the post-time pick 4. It's just a 50-cent wager, the lowest takeout in the industry at 10%. I'll have a ticket for you after they parade by the grandstand here for race number 1, the first of 10 on a beautiful Wednesday at Canterbury Park.
Our bugler, Sir Leonard Dykert, brings the runners onto the track and subsequently to a firm turf course for race number 1.
Okay, Canterbury faithful, time for that post-time pick 4. I've established a ticket here. It's a very affordable ticket at $9. I probably should have gone deeper in the first. You could add horses if you wanted to. It won't be too expensive. But I settled on my top 3 picks. The 1, the 4, and the 6, not in that order. I've got the 4 on top. The 1 is a must-use for me with Harry Hernandez. The horse is going to save every ounce of ground. Jockey's heating up. A barn we know is very, very good. The Silva barn is, over the years, winning at near 30%. I really do like the 4, though. I think the 4 is the value of the race. The old ship and dip trick in play. Lindsay aboard for Taylor Van Winkle. And the 6 is Lone Speed. I could see hitting the all button. If you wanted to hit the all button, it would make that ticket go up, I think, twice as expensive. So it'd just be an $18 ticket. But I've got the 1, the 4, and the 6. In race 2, just the 2 and the 6. I think Dreaming Biz is going to be awfully tough to beat. But I respect the 6, Noel's Angel, because Noel's Angel might be loose on the lead. Race 3, I use 2, 3, and 4. 2 is my upset special of the night. In race 3, I like Hot as a Pistol a lot at 12-1 with the Q. And we'll close it out with a single. In race 4, I am bullish on the 5, Moe's Mojo for the Red Hot Nevada Litvin. Lindy Wade gets the call in the saddle. Ran into a horse named Town Champ last time at Oaklawn, and he is about as good as it gets in terms of main track races. He's very solid. So 1-4-6 with 2-6 with 2-3-4 with the 5. Just a $9 ticket. It's the post-time pick 4, the lowest takeout in the industry. Bet small, win big. You can't get it done if you don't get that ticket in now. So get those tickets in. 3 minutes to post for the lid lifter here at Canterbury.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate for race number 1. Wednesday night at Canterbury Park is provided by Michelob Ultra. We thank some of our season-long sponsors. They include Appalados, Ashley Home Store, and Continental Diamond. Welcome to our featured groups this evening. They include Advanced Supply Tooling and Accessories, ICW Group Insurance Companies, Tyler's Going Away Party, NACE Networking Event, those here with Omni Viking Lakes Hotel, Safety Signs 30th Anniversary, Ameriprise Investment Partners, the Sales Rep Outing, and Shakopee and Prior Lake Chamber of Commerce. We have Chamber of Commerce weather in Shakopee, Minnesota for our first Wednesday card of the season. It is now post time for the first on Wednesday at CBY. Those of you here on track, thank you for coming out to Canterbury. Those of you taking in the signal, watching and wagering nationwide, thank you for your patronage. The first is on the turf and Move Over, the favored Brit, last in. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Cybertruck comes out rather quickly, and so does Gopher Gold to the inside. After that, we have Political Riot, who's prominent, but as they pass us for the first time, Gopher Gold and Harry Hernandez gallop clear by 1 on the lead. Cybertruck now relegated to 3rd to the inside of Chest Candy, who bounced out of the gate really nicely. Move Over is next, and then the one whipping them in at the tail is Zamarudi. They are covered by 7 lengths and racing in 3 packs of 2. Up the barn side they go on the Canterbury Park turf course. Political Riot takes the lead and takes the lead at 9-1, trying to cause a riot with favorite players in race 1. Gopher Gold, the Minnesotan, now back to a joint second to the inside of Move Over, and the favored Brit at 6-5 is advancing to the outside. Then we come to Zamarudi, sequestered to the inside of Cybertruck, and outside of that, Chest Candy looking to swing into action, but circumnavigating off the far turn, and they're chasing Political Riot, trying to trigger an upset in the first Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Move Over, the favored Brit, right alongside. After that, it is Cybertruck on the 3 wide side. Gopher Gold waiting for the light of day behind said trio. And after that, Zamarudi, and they head for home. And they're chasing Political Riot. And Political Riot still has upset on his mind. Gopher Gold just got shut off in tightly. Outside of that is Move Over. Then on the far outside, it is Cybertruck. And here comes Zamarudi. Zamarudi on the inside. Spine tingler that goes to Move Over. The People's Choice prevails. Claim. A photo finish in race number 1. It's a photo finish. Please hold all tickets. The final time, 139.33. The result of the photo shows the winner is number 6. Move Over prevails. 6-2-4-3 in the first Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. We have a jockey's objection, and it does involve the winner, number 6, Move Over. The rider for number 1, Go for Gold, Harry Hernandez, is claiming foul against the winner, Move Over, and number 5, Chest Candy, alleging interference during the course of the stretch run. This is a jockey's objection. Results are unofficial, so please hold all tickets. And video coverage, what our track referees, the stewards, are looking at on television monitors and or the big screen in the infield now. The ones in question are 1, 5, and 6. Harry lodged the claim. He's riding number 1, Go for Gold. That is the rider with the red helmet cover. The eventual winner has the shadow roll. The rider has the black helmet cover. And number 5, Chest Candy, also in the fray. Now, the stewards are analyzing what you are seeing right now. Number 1, Go for Gold. That rider has claimed foul versus numbers 5 and 6, alleging interference in the stretch. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, the stewards have informed us that number 6, Move Over, is not part of this jockey's claim of foul. So numbers 6 and 2 will be clear of any change. 6 and 2, clear of any change. The foul is number 1, the rider of number 1, Go for Gold, claiming against 4, Political Riot. As Move Over departs the winner's enclosure, ridden by Daylor Barrios Lopez, the winning owner, Jeremy Ramsland, and the winning trainer, Alfredo Asprino. 6 and 2, the top 2 finishers, not part of any potential change. However, the third place finisher, Political Riot, is under scrutiny. So take a peek at TV monitors or the big screen in the infield, and you are looking at exactly what our track referees are observing now. We had a claim in race number 1. Number 3, Cybertruck, was claimed for $7,500 by Gabrielle Silva, who is the owner-trainer. Regarding the objection, stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, no change to the final order of finish. In the estimation of our judges, and with the challenge flag thrown by Harry, as you see on the replays, the track stewards have determined that nothing took place with number 4, Political Riot, that merited a disqualification and elevation of number 1, Go for Gold. You'll see number 2, Zamarudi, dart down to the inside, as number 1 is between runners right now. And when Zamarudi took that path on the inside, it negated Go for Gold from going to the same path. So therefore, what transpired after that was not worthy of a disqualification or a change. And race number 1 is official. We head to the second race now. It is about 22 minutes away. It's another turf event, and this begins our Turf Pick 3 with just a 14% rake, just a 14% takeout on this Turf Pick 3. It involves picking the winners of races 2, 5, and 7. Races 2, 5, and 7 make up the $1 all-turf Pick 3. And here in the second race, number 1, Ghost of Genevieve, is picked up by Ademar Santos. The six-pack arrives at the gate 20 minutes from now. racing, and they've broken a line. Cybertruck comes out rather quickly, and so does Gopher Gold to the inside. After that, we have Political Riot, who's prominent, but as they pass us for the first time, Gopher Gold and Harry Hernandez gallop clear by 1 on the lead. Cybertruck now relegated to third to the inside of Chest Candy, who bounced out of the gate really nicely. Move Over is next, and then the one whipping them in at the tail is Zamarudi. They are covered by 7 lengths and racing in 3 packs of 2. Up the barn side they go on the Canterbury Park turf course. Political Riot takes the lead and takes the lead at 9-1, trying to cause a riot with favorite players in race 1. Gopher Gold, the Minnesotan, now back to a joint second to the inside of Move Over, and the favored Brit at 6-5 is advancing to the outside. Then we come to Zamarudi, sequestered to the inside of Cybertruck, and outside of that, Chest Candy looking to swing into action, but circumnavigating off the far turn, and they're chasing Political Riot, trying to trigger an upset in the first Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Move Over, the favored Brit, right alongside. After that, it is Cybertruck on the 3 wide side. Gopher Gold waiting for the light of day behind said trio, and after that, Zamarudi, and they head for home, and they're chasing Political Riot, and Political Riot still has upset on his mind. Gopher Gold just got shut off in tightly. Outside of that is Move Over. Then on the far outside, it is Cybertruck, and here comes Zamarudi. Zamarudi on the inside. Spine tingler that goes to Move Over. The People's Choice prevails.
Well, we're just a couple weeks into the racing season at Canterbury, but already a great impression made by jockey Daler Barrios Lopez. This guy, a bug boy, another heady ride in race number 1. Thought the horse might be on the lead, didn't get there, sat off and pounced professionally. Excellent ride for this young man who looks like a rising star in the saddle. Now, you can be the star tonight at the windows and cash for size. It's the newest wager at Canterbury. All of us up in the press box are abuzz about the $1 all-turf pick 3. It's awesome. Tonight it's races 2, 5, and 7. This will move around on these Wednesday nights. The races will rarely be in consecutive fashion. We're going to pick out 3 tough races to handicap, $1 minimum, 14% takeout. Try that $1 pick 3 with races 2, 5, and 7. It's a game of elimination, and you can use more than one horse. That cost will go up with each and every horse you use. Let's take a look at this race. 5 furlong turf dash. These are always fun races to watch, even more fun to handicap. We'll start with the very speedy one to the inside. Put Santos in the saddle on Ghost of Genevieve. She's got a win on this turf course, her only career win. She's super fast out of the gate, and from an inside post, she's likely going to have to go. On her best day, she can run with this caliber. You go back to last year, she knocked heads with Dreaming Biz and actually took money that day. Was 4-1 against Dreaming Biz, who figures to be favored here. Now, she lost all chance with the trouble line in that race, but she looks good down here in the paddock. She's got natural foot, and I'm shocked at that price. The morning line set by professional. By the way, our morning line guy's been awesome here so far this summer. That morning line's 6-1. Up on the board right now, conspicuous at near triple that. Here's the horse to beat and my top pick in the race. This is number 2, Dreaming Biz. Uloa gets the call for Joel Burnt, and the big question mark was the layoff. This horse has not raced since last September, but it's Joel Burnt, and the horse looks fit down here in the paddock. Now, if you bet her, don't panic, because she's going to be well off the pace. She doesn't have the natural footing of some of these horses early, but I expect her to come with a big run in the stretch. She has big, long strides when she gets going. She's a real nice horse, and she's 9-5. Number 3 is Bid Once. Derby Glass gets the call for Tony Rengsdorf. Uh-oh, it's a Tampa shipper. Those Tampa shippers have been real good at Canterbury, and she led for about half the race last time at 9 furlongs. So it makes sense that Tony's cutting this horse back to a turf sprint. I'm not sure she'll get the lead, but I do think she'll appreciate the shorter trip, and off that route race might have some staunch kick in the stretch. Number 4 has early speed. This is Essential Bella. Harry Hernandez, Double H for Chris Richard, in from Oaklawn Park. They don't have turf in Arkansas, so this is a natural spot for this horse. 2 career tries on the grass, 1 at Louisiana Downs, 1 at Lone Star. Both were pretty good. This horse fits and fits well, and is 7-2. 5 is Because, Luis Valenzuela for Vic Hansen. The trainer has a long shot win already on the early season. The horse is 3rd off the layoff, and her 2 turf races were at Remington Park, and both those turf races sneaky good. So another horse maybe in your exactas or trifectas to consider at 8-1. Number 6, very, very fast, Noel's Angel. This 4-year-old filly ridden by Carlo Lopez, part of the Silva gang. Last time out was racing against 2 furlong horses and popped right out of the gate. She might have the speed to make the lead here. If she does, she might be tough to run down. She looks good down here in the paddock. Here it is, the debut of the Wednesday night special, the $1 all-turf pick 3, races 2, 5, and 7. Get your tickets in. It's only a 14% takeout. And while you're betting at Canterbury tonight, don't forget about the First Bet app. You can download the money, you can withdraw the money easily, and you'll never stand in line right on your device. Don't leave home without the First Bet app. Race 2 coming up, coming at you, and it's next.
And coming up next.
As we've been talking about all day long, it is time for that 14% takeout dollar turf pick 3. Yes, all turf in this pick 3 through races 2, 5, and 7. Now, keep in mind, there's only a few scratches along the way, and there's a horse that a lot of us like in the last leg of it. That's my ticket behind me, and it does start with a couple of horses here, including one off a layoff, my top pick in here, and that's Dreaming Biz. Now, I used her and Bid once in this, and right now, a lot of the money is going to Dreaming Biz. She's coming from the stable that wins a lot of turf races early on in the meet. Last year, they had a whole bunch in the beginning of June. This year, they're looking to pick that trend back up. And then in race number 5, I did spread out. This is probably going to be the race where a lot of people spread. If you can find a horse in the 5th that you like a lot, this is going to be a separator sort of race. Remember, scratch the 1 from there. That was my top pick. I went with 2, 4, and 7 trying to beat the 3 Mongolian Apple. But if you can narrow it down to just one of those, that, like I said, is going to probably be a separator in this pick 3. Now, in the last leg, there are 2 scratches in here, and they're crucial scratches of Barbara Roloff and Flash Flood. That makes things a touch easier, at least on paper, for Lock It Down, my top choice, the power play, the angle, everything that she is tonight in race number 7, and that will conclude thoroughbred action. But that pick 3 starts in about 5 minutes, and if you want to make your own tickets, remember, it's $1 minimum, just a low 14% takeout, all turf races 2, 5, and 7. You're now down to 4 minutes. Good luck.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Canterbury Park All-Turf Pick 3. We have a six-pack battling on the turf course for race number 2. The first race went to a favorite, and we have a couple here at 9-5, Dreaming Biz and Noel's Angel. As they move in line for race number 2, Ghost of Genevieve first in, followed by fellow Minnesotan, Dreaming Biz, bid once, Essential Bella, and Noel's Angel is the last in line. Here they come. And they're racing, and Noel's Angel spreads the wings and flies away on the early lead, and with a killer crossover gets down to the inside. Noel's Angel at 2-1 grabs the lead as they zing into the far turn, and this one is looking to be pillaging just for fun. Ghost of Genevieve is next, racing to the inside of Because. Right behind them, Essential Bella sneaking through to the inside. The leader still is Noel's Angel. After that, bid once, 5 from the front, and about 2.5, 3 clear from Dreaming Biz. Dreaming Biz running on at 9-5, and about 8 lengths behind Noel's Angel. And Noel's Angel's jumping around in the stretch, shifting ground, about to be attacked by Essential Bella. Inside is bid once. Dreaming Biz from the back of the pack, but it seems to be too late. It is Noel's Angel, Essential Bella, Essential Bella, just in the nick of time. Number 4, Essential Bella first. It is 4-6-2-3, and it's unofficial. Race 2, Canterbury Park. The second at Canterbury, provided by Apple Autos, and our featured group, the Prior Lake Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of Canterbury Park, welcome to the races. The second race is official. Exacta, $8.30. 50-cent trifecta, 462, $8.55. The 10-cent superfecta, top 4 finishers, $5.99. And our first double from race 1 paid $11.20. The first main track race of the evening. It's a fast main track, takes off 22 minutes from now. And in race number 3, Number 2, Hot as a Pistol, is now ridden by Ezekiel Lara. Walking up to the winner's enclosure and victorious in the Check My Brain purse, it is Essential Bella, ridden by Harry Hernandez. Essential Bella is owned by Miracle Logistics and the winning trainer, Chris Richard. We thank Ashley Furniture for 2023 sponsorship. There's no better place for home inspiration than your Shakopee Ashley store. The third is courtesy of Michelob Ultra, and we welcome National Association of Catering and Events, the Twin Cities chapter. That's our featured group for race 3, which takes off 20 minutes from now. And they're racing, and Noel's Angel spreads the wings and flies away on the early lead, and with a killer crossover gets down to the inside. Noel's Angel at 2-1 grabs the lead as they zing into the far turn, and this one is looking to be pillaging just for fun. Ghost of Genevieve is next, racing to the inside of Because. Right behind them, Essential Bella sneaking through to the inside. The leader still is Noel's Angel. After that, Bid Once, 5 from the front, and about 2.5, 3 clear from Dreaming Biz. Dreaming Biz running on at 9-5, and about 8 lengths behind Noel's Angel. And Noel's Angel's jumping around in the stretch, shifting ground, about to be attacked by Essential Bella. Inside is Bid Once. Dreaming Biz from the back of the pack, but it seems to be too late. It is Noel's Angel, Essential Bella, Essential Bella, just in the nick of time.
We're 12 minutes away from race number 3 as the first leg of our very first turf pick 3 of the season goes to the slight favorite Essential Bella, and we move things back to the dirt for race number 3. Please change the rider on number 2, Hot as a Pistol, to Zeke Lara. We'll start on the 1 with the speedy Sea Level. Sea Level is making her second start as a 4-year-old, and this daughter of Exaggerator comes off a second place finish behind a repeat winner, Will Rogers. It was a pretty good effort in defeat. She did show speed throughout, got passed up once or twice, and Sea Level still fought on gamely to hold off Katie DeVille in third. She should get something out of that. We'll see how she translates it to this main track up here. Done a lot of traveling in those 10 races, but has yet to hit Canterbury dirt. She did have leads between calls. I mean, she's 10-1. She shouldn't be, but Sea Level still has her work cut out from her from a pace standpoint. Hot as a Pistol, again, ridden by Zeke Lara. Was 5th last time that we saw her. That was in the lady slipper, though. That's pretty deep water, and now she gets back to allowance types and goes 6.5 furlongs. A little bit more real estate to deal with as she had in her first start of 2023. This has been a decent distance for her in the past, too. And Hot as a Pistol is very versatile. If Zeke Lara wants to go and push things along or take back, she seems very willing to do both. Larimar, on the other hand, usually stays pretty far off the pace. Right now, you get 6-1 on her. Larimar was not involved in my picks, but she did run well enough last time around and usually gets some pieces. She's kind of one pace. She'll fall back. She'll move up. But Larimar usually does keep herself in the race and keeps herself out of trouble. May not be an issue with a 6-horse field, but you still get 6-1, which is much better value on her than Unbridled Twister right next door. That's the filly on screen right now, trying to put wins back to back for her connections. And Unbridled Twister won at Oaklawn Park. However, she won on a muddy track, and she did so wire to wire. This is another pace presence in here, and Harry Hernandez, like I said, looks to get another win on the day. She is even money right now and probably looks to follow a similar pattern of a lot of our one-turn winners on the dirt. That is going all the way on the front end. Taking charge, Desi right next door doesn't have quite her brand of speed, but she does have some to keep herself in things. Carlo Lopez will take up the riding on her, taking over from Walter De La Cruz down at Oaklawn Park. That was a stop from a long campaign at Turf Paradise this winter. This filly has yet to hit pay dirt on our dirt, but she does have a couple of seconds and a couple of thirds in those 5 starts. She is your field's long shot at the moment at 12-1. On the outside is my top choice, Emily Smiles. Emily Smiles is going to hit Canterbury dirt for the first time herself, and she does so off a very impressive, just off the pace win down at Turf Paradise, and that was a very crowded group. She broke from the outside hole that day, broke like a shot, and just pretty much waited for the word to the lead, and Harry Hernandez and she pulled away. Emily Smiles is looking for her 6th in a row, and she'll try to do that in her Canterbury debut. Got 10 minutes to bet this third race. It is the kickoff leg of the 10% takeout, pick 5. That, in addition to win, play, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and pick 3s, are a vast wagering menu coming up in the third race in 9 minutes. Kevin Gorg's up in the studio. He's going to talk power play. He's going to talk pick 5. He's got a lot to say, and that's coming up next.
The incomparable Sir Leonard Dykert brings the horses onto the track for race number 3. In our third race, we kick off our 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. Traveling a distance of 6.5 furlongs, make Zeke Lara the pilot on number 2, Hot as a Pistol. Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, a Pick 3, and of course that Pick 5. I'll have a ticket for you. I'll have a power play for you. That's all coming up here after the post parade. All right, Kevin Gorg with you here in the press box. It's time for our power play of the night. We try to isolate a horse that you can focus in on later in the card and make some money. Key this horse in some of those horizontal wagers. Race 7, as you can see, number 8, Lock It Down. And after seeing those early scratches, I'm licking my chops to bet this horse. We're not going to get the 9-2 morning line, but let's just take a look at some of the things that make this horse special. Number 1, it's a Minnesota bred that fetched $37,000 back at the Keeneland September sale in 2020. That's a lot for a state bred. Then you look at the jockey trainer combination, one of the best at the track. The numbers at Canterbury, very, very good. And then you look at the running line. She started out, she had some issues. She had to figure things out of the gate. She was very sloppy and not very professional, but as she started to find her footing last summer, she turned into a really nice racehorse, and now she's got natural speed. The race right here, she's going to get beat by a couple of horses, including Imminent Threat, who's in the race tonight. But what I liked about this race is she showed some versatility. She had been a horse that had been far off the pace, much more speed. You can see Roman right there trying to ration some of that speed. They went quick, too. They went 23 and flat on the front end. That is racehorse fast in a turf route. And she did all the dirty work early. Mid-stretch, she's still right there. Take a look at this. She's still battling with that embattled front runner. And now here come the horses from off the pace. Now she's eventually going to get beat in this race. But what I liked about her is even when she gets past, she continues to fight. She has that game ability to keep going. You can see it took her a while after doing all the dirty work up front to get caught late. And in the 7th race, with the scratch of number 1, Barbara Roloff, I think the front is hers. I think she's nice. I think we'll get closer to 5-2 or 2-1, but you can lock it up with Lock It Down. So now let's play the Pick 5. Let's get into that Pick 5. Let's try to find a winner here in this Pick 5 ticket. Here in the 3rd race, I've got to go 3 deep. I like the 2. The 2 is my top pick in the race. I knew we'd get a price. I didn't think we'd get 12-1, but I'm going to use 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to single in race 4. It's a standout, Mo's Mojo. That's going to be the key to the whole sequence. Then we're going to use 3, 4, and 7 in the 3rd leg. Very difficult race. Race 5 on the turf. I could have used more, but I'll stick with 3, 4, and 7. 6th race, I saw a very balanced, tough bunch, so I'm going to use 3, 4, 5, and 7. And, of course, we're going to have the power play on top the 8, but we're also going to use the 3. That's Imminent Threat, who got by that horse late last time. If somebody challenges our power play, we've got a little backup there, Eduardo Gallardo for Mac Robertson. There's the Pick 5. It's a $36 ticket. It's got that 10% takeout, very manageable. I think tonight it easily pays hundreds, and if you get a couple of upsets, this thing could come close to paying in the thousands. So try that Pick 5 with that takeout. You've got 3 minutes to get your bet in. It is a wonderful value right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
It is now post time for race number 3. It is our first main track race, our first Wednesday of the season. And this one begins the 50-cent pick 5 with a nation low 10% takeout. Best of luck with those pick 5 wagers. Unbridled Twister is prohibitively favored in race 3. Two back. Larimar and Emily Smiles. A 6-pack on a sultry Wednesday in Shakopee. And they're racing. Emily Smiles missed the start and leapt to her back feet shortly after the stall doors opened. She's advancing now, but 4 lengths from the lead. Sea Level pops out of the gate speedily to the inside. The gray is the favored. Unbridled Twister with Larimar just to her inside. Outside of that, Taking Charge, Desi. A recovering Emily Smiles begins to move up to the outside. And right behind the leaders is Hot as a Pistol. And we have 6 sardined by 4 as they zing into the far turn. It is Unbridled Twister still leading it clearly. That lead is 1.5. Taking Charge, Desi shoved on hard. Emily Smiles is continuing to advance despite the bad start, and Emily Smiles rolls up into second. About 4.5 lengths clear from Larimar. Then we come to Hot as a Pistol, and Sea Level can see them all. And they head for home as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. And Unbridled Twister, the favorite, still shows the way, but narrowly. Emily Smiles bugging to the outside at 2.5 to 1. Larimar's finishing big at 9 to 1. Here comes Larimar, and the upset's on. It's Larimar and LAV in time. In the winner's enclosure, Larimar and Luis Valenzuela. The winning owner, Jeff Jacobs, and the winning trainer, Juan Quintana Gutierrez. Race 3 is official. So the pick 5 begins with a 9-1 outsider, completing the course in 117.16. On to the 4th race, where we have no scratches and we have no jockey changes. The 4th is courtesy of Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon, and our featured group, the Shakopee Chamber of Commerce. 4th race about 20 minutes from now. Day in Shakopee. And they're racing. Emily Smiles missed the start and leapt to her back feet shortly after the stall doors opened. She's advancing now, but 4 lengths from the lead. Sea Level pops out of the gate speedily to the inside. The gray is the favored. Unbridled Twister with Larimar just to her inside. Outside of that, Taking Charge, Desi. A recovering Emily Smiles begins to move up to the outside. And right behind the leaders is Hot as a Pistol. And we have 6 sardined by 4 as they zing into the far turn. It is Unbridled Twister still leading it clearly. That lead is 1.5. Taking charge. Desi shoved on hard. Emily Smiles is continuing to advance despite the bad start, and Emily Smiles rolls up into second. About 4.5 lengths clear from Larimar. Then we come to Hot as a Pistol, and Sea Level can see them all. And they head for home as they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. An Unbridled Twister, the favorite, still shows the way, but narrowly. Emily Smiles bugging to the outside at 2.5 to 1. Larimar's finishing big at 9 to 1. Here comes Larimar, and the upset's on. It's Larimar and LAV in time. In the winner's enclosure, Larimar and Luis Valenzuela. The winning
Well, the pick 5 starts with an upset. That upset is provided by Larimar and Luis Valenzuela. Sprint distance at Canterbury, 5.5, 6 furlongs, all speed. But you move to 6.5, and horses tend to win from off the pace, and that's what Larimar did. Keep that in mind because we're back at 6.5 furlongs here. Let's take a look at a very competitive field on paper. We'll start with number 1. Right now, the longest shot on the board at 20-1, he is Gainer. Gainer's done okay at Canterbury. 4 starts, a win, and a third in those 4 starts. But, boy, the form has gone south lately. A 5th, a pulled up, a 6th, and a 7th, all in Nebraska. So maybe the Canterbury race surface can wake Gainer up. He used to knock heads with some pretty good horses here. If you go back a little bit in the daily racing form, this horse has run races good enough to compete here. So keep that in mind at 20-1. We'll see if this horse can turn it around in Shakopee. Number 2 is Perfect Fanny. Perfect Fanny, ridden by Harry Hernandez. He should know the horse well. Rode it a bunch down in Arizona. Chip Woolley, the trainer, is a Kentucky Derby winning trainer. That's pretty cool too. Horse has some early foot. We'll see if Harry can ration that speed down nicely from that post. Should get a good trip, saving ground all the way at 5-1. Number 3 is Hit the Seam. Adamir Santos gets the call for Jose Silva. Boy, I love the speed figures. If you follow those Bayer speed figures in daily racing form, this horse looks like one of the standouts in this race. But then you go a little deeper into the handicapping puzzle, and you look at the 3 for 48 career with wins. So that's pesky. Now, the horse always seems to show up. You got 10 seconds, you got 11 thirds. So the cool part is 24 for 48 in the trifecta. That's 50%. That's very good. But the 3 for 48 on the win side makes me a little gun shy. Super nice horse. Good speed figures. Fair price, too, at 5-1. Number 4 is a Minnesota bred facing Open Company. Cody Rosine has May We All. Boy, does this guy love it in Shakopee. 8 wins here out of 28 starts. He has 10 career wins, 8 of them in Shakopee, as I mentioned. The bug boy, Barrios Lopez, gets the call. The horse has natural speed, is working out well, and ships in from Philadelphia Park. Lots to like. How about the price on the 5? Now, I like the horse, but I'm not betting this horse at 3-5. It is Moe's Mojo. Lindy Wade for Nevada Litvin, and boy, does this guy have something cooking this year at Canterbury. Nevada's off to a great start. The horse comes from off the pace. For me, that was the key. At 6.5 furlongs, I like horses that can finish. I like the fact that the horse ran into Town Champ last time at Oakland. Town Champ is a claiming monster. We'll see if Nevada with those cool silks can get the money here with my guy Lindy Wade in the saddle right now, 4-5. And don't forget about the 6, Unleash the Beast. Carlo Lopez for the Silva Gang in from Arizona, loves this racetrack. 20 starts at Canterbury, 8 wins, 4 seconds and a third. If you go back and look at the running lines, this horse has faced much better here. Form reversal puts this horse right in the mix, turning for home at a square price. Now we start a late pick 4. That pick 4, the final 4 thoroughbred races. We've got 3 quarter horse races. We've got so many fun things, and we can also show you what we can do on social media. Follow Canterbury on Facebook and Instagram right now. Race 4, a 6 going 6.5. It's coming up. It's coming at you next.
And the horses are walking onto the track for the fourth race. We are about 6 minutes from it.
The late pick 4 is coming up. And we have a horse that a lot of people like. You heard a lot about her earlier. You're going to get my take on Lock It Down. Lock It Down is running in our final thoroughbred race of the evening and the last leg of our first all-turf pick 3. And this is Lock It Down. Now, Lock It Down has run here a few times before on the turf, but we're going to focus on her 2 most recent efforts and her trainer, Joel Burnt. This is her set of races. Those are the last 2 turf races I mentioned. We're willing to toss her first one when she was younger. She broke her maiden on this turf, and then she came back to run 3rd on the turf. Those are the 2 races that would best equate to our 7th race today, and Lock It Down is coming from Joel Burnt's camp. Now, we're going to look at her races later. We're going to watch the stretch run of that maiden win, but first, in going to Joel Burnt's stats on the turf, we wanted to dig a little bit deeper and find something with which to lean on Lock It Down. So we start with him at Canterbury, off a long layoff like she's doing on the turf. You don't see too many horses doing it. I mean, he's got a 14-horse sample, 15 races from which to draw. But if you look at the numbers that come along with those 14 horses, they're all above average for what Joel Burnt usually puts out for return on investment and for his average payoff. I mean, if you wanted to bet all of these horses, you didn't want to look at anything else, you would still make money if you bet on his horses coming off long layoffs on the grass. Now, taking a more close look at some of those horses over the last 2 seasons, this is what we're looking at. The last 2 seasons at Canterbury, these are his runners off those kinds of layoffs. If you take a look at the columns, they're sorted by the horse, the date that they ran, and whether or not they won. That's their finish. And if you look right here in the middle, that's the beginning of June from last year. A lot of ones to go along with this time of year for this group on the turf, and Lock It Down is right in those waters. We're going to take a look at that maiden win, like I said before. That's her, the 7, right here in the middle of the pack, but she decides that they're going to go up and push the issue. Skipped ahead a little bit to the first turn because there's a horse on her inside that was coming out of shorter races, and as Lock It Down had been too, she might have been apt to go up and duel, but instead she sits just a touch off the 6 and manages to sit in like the catbird seat, pounce on this horse rather than go up and lock horns with her. Skip ahead to the stretch, and you can see some of the fractions that those 2 cut together. Now, she has disposed of that other horse, she has drawn away, and she's posted legit time doing it. Now, she does get a touch tired. I mean, she hadn't done a whole bunch of racing up to this point, but they get the job done, and she does it very gamely on the front end. That's all we're looking for in race number 7. And if you want a single in any of our upcoming pick 4s, doubles, anything like that, you can lock it down in the 7th. We're going to talk pick 4 coming up next. And that is that pick 4 ticket we talked about before. It does single Lock It Down in race number 7. But starting here in the 4th, just used a couple of them. Hit the Seam is not such a big fan, or has not been such a big fan of getting his picture taken. I mean, he is 3 for 48, but he is very, very quick. And you could imagine him maybe getting loose in here. There are other speed horses, but I was guessing that maybe he would be the speed of the speed and make it hard on Mo's Mojo to run him down. But if anybody goes with him, we do have our bases covered with just those 2 in the first leg of the pick 4. Now, the 5th brings up Turf Maidens, and we talked about this in that pick 3 sequence. This looked like the most contentious leg, and even after the scratch of Further Evidence, it isn't really an easy race to sort through. I mean, you're dealing with Turf Maidens, and they don't all have established styles or form on turf, so it'll be interesting to see what some of the horses stretching out or some of the horses trying turf for the first time bring to the table as far as this sort of race. You know what you can expect from a couple of them, but I scratched into Undertow and will definitely flex my options in a wide open 5th. Now in the 6th, we cut things back down to the middle of the field, that being Runaway Ready and Mongolian Bee. And Runaway Ready is my top choice in there. He scratched out of a race on the turf in favor of this spot, goes with the waiver tag, and likes 6.5 furlongs a bit and loves this main track. A lot of things mixing together for the Minnesota bred. It is his first start of the year, but obviously he was ready to go in a different spot than this, so why not take him on the cutback? And we talked about Lock It Down. She's my single with the scratches of Barbara Roloff and for a Flash Flood. It just looks all the easier to at least get close to the pace, if not go and set it. A lot of us thinking the same way, and Lock It Down is the way that I want to single and close out this late pick 4. That's an $8 ticket. One more minute to make them yourselves, and your 3 to 5 favorite remains Mo's Mojo.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's race time for the 4th at Canterbury Park. Thank you, Shakopee Chamber, our featured group for race number 4. The 3 to 5 favorite, hot favorite, is Mo's Mojo, followed in the wagering by Hit the Seam. That's number 3 at 3.5 to 1. Moving in. Gainer, the field's long shot, first in. Followed by Perfect Fanny. Hit the Seam, along with Mo's Mojo, the favorite is in. And May We All. We have 2 back. 1 out. Unleash the Beast. Last in line. Here they come. And they're racing, and they've broken the line. Hit the Seam, hits the front. Unleash the Beast at 3.5 to 1 is firing in the early stages. And between runners, May We All making it nearly a line of 3. Behind them is Mo's Mojo. The favorites beginning to advance. Gainer is bringing up the rear, about 7 lengths out of it. And Perfect Fanny is at the rear. They're covered by 6 into the far turn. It has hit the seam, hitting the lead and leading it by a neck. May We All is prominent. Now we have 4 astern as they approach the turn, and the favored Mojo's on the move. Outside of that, Unleash the Beast taking the circuitous route, but behind them is Gainer at 25-1, beginning to gain, and Perfect Fanny also is running on. And they're coming home now in the 4th at Canterbury Park. Mojo with good mojo strikes the front. Outside of that, Unleash the Beast hit the seam, has hit the brakes. Between them is Gainer, but it's Mojo and Lindy Wade. Canterbury Park, Salt of the Earth, wins this one with spice. Number 5, Mojo first. It's 5-1-6-3 and 117.54. As Mojo, the 9-year-old, receives a well-deserved bath for his toil, race number 4 is official. So the second leg of the pick 5 goes to a heavy favorite after a 9-1 shot wins the first leg. And race number 4 is cashable. Now entering the winner's circle, Mo's Mojo and Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth. He's Lindy Wade. The winning owner, Charles Jennings, and the winning trainer, Nevada Litfin. This is Mo's Mojo.
Race official and cashable. We have a $7,500 claim to report in this race. Number 5, the winner, Mo's Mojo, claimed for $7,500 by Norma Martinez. The trainer now, Esteban Martinez. Mo's Mojo tagged for $7,500. Every Wednesday night is community night here at Canterbury Park. We feature a nonprofit every week with Canterbury Cares. Canterbury has a long tradition of charitable giving and is committed to continuing that legacy into the future. The Shakopee Foundation serves as an opportunity for chamber members and the community to help foster business growth through leadership development, workforce education, and business resources. The Shakopee Foundation also serves as a supporting pillar of the educational community through the Shakopee Public Schools Academies program. Congratulations from the Shakopee Foundation. Up next, race 5, back on a firm turf in the 5th. Scratch the 1, further evidence. Post time in 21 minutes.
And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Hit the seam, hits the front, unleash the beast. At 3.5 to 1 is firing in the early stages, and between runners, May We All, making it nearly a line of 3. Behind them is Mo's Mojo. The favorites beginning to advance. Gainer is bringing up the rear, about 7 lengths out of it, and Perfect Fanny is at the rear. They're covered by 6 into the far turn. It is Hit the Seam, hitting the lead and leading it by a neck. May We All is prominent. Now we have 4 astern as they approach the turn, and the favored Mo's Mojo's on the move. Outside of that, Unleash the Beast taking the circuitous route. But behind them is Gainer at 25 to 1, beginning to gain, and Perfect Fanny also is running on. And they're coming home now in the 4th at Canterbury Park. Mo's Mojo with good mojo strikes the front. Outside of that, Unleash the Beast. Hit the Seam has hit the brakes. Between them is Gainer, but it's Mo's Mojo and Lindy Wade. Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth wins this one with spice. for home. And they're chasing Political Riot. And Political Riot still has upset on his mind. Go for Gold just got shut off in tightly. Outside of that is Move Over. Then on the far outside it is Cybertruck. And here comes Zamaruti. Zamaruti on the inside. Spine tingler that goes to Move Over. Angels jumping around in the stretch, shifting ground, about to be attacked by Essential Bella. Inside is Bid Once, Dreaming Biz from the back of the pack, but it seems to be too late. It is Noel's Angel, Essential Bella, just in the nick of time. On the Canterbury Park stretch, an Unbridled Twister, the favorite, still shows the way, but narrowly. Emily Smiles bugging to the outside at 2.5 to 1. Larimar's finishing big at 9 to 1. Here comes Larimar, and the upset's on. It's Larimar and LA. That unleashed the beast, hit the seam as hit the brakes. Between them is Gainer, but it's Moe's Mojo and Lindy Wade. Canterbury Park, Salt of the Earth, wins this one with spice.
Nice ride by Lindy Wade. Made a decisive move around the far turn. Kind of an aggressive move. 3 wide, sandwiched in between horses, but he knew what he had underneath him. Moe's Mojo just way too good. Nevada Litvin, what a story here early in the season, winning at a high percentage. His horses have come from Arkansas, and boy, have they come ready. Back to the turf we go in race 5. Take out the 1. The 1 scratches. The 2 is a steamer. It's Undertow for Double H. Harry Hernandez, you get lots of speed for Joel Burnt. Angela Herman on this horse. My good friend Dave Valento, the track phantom, an astute handicapper on the national side, loves this horse. And if this horse can use that inside post and the natural speed, you know Joel Burnt can train. So this horse makes an awful lot of sense at a very generous 7 to 1. I really like the 1 who scratched. Now I end up with the 3, Mongolian Apple. Chad Lindsay for David Van Winkle. Man, this horse looked like a winner last time. Made a huge move. Looked like the horse was going to get the money and then lost the head bob by a neck. Good post. Natural speed. Doesn't need the lead. I think Mongolian Apple is ready to break on through to the other side. This is a maiden race. Horse looking for that first win, and boy, has done a lot of things right lately. Just hasn't got over the hump. The People's Choice is the 4, Golden Bandit for the Butsos. The Bug Boy, Barrios Lopez, astride for Cody Rosine. Last time out, I don't know what wrong, but the horse got jogged off against tough competition at Oaklawn Park. Turf bloodlines are pretty good. Horse has early speed, a trainer we trust, And boy, when you see a horse that got jogged off last time and is on the board right now at 7-5, you better pay attention because the barn is betting, and that's usually a pretty good indication that the horse came out of that race in fine form. Number 5 is PR Call Me Maybe. The Q, Alonzo Quinones for the Westerman gang, another Oaklawn shipper, another horse that's never really done much on the turf. One career try, showed speed before fading in that race, so not a lot to go on, but they're betting 8-1. 6 is the Prince of Earl, Constantino Roman for Ling Kleberad. Interesting that Roman shows up here and not on the burnt horse. 0-21 is pesky, but the speed figures and the closing kick make this horse, in my opinion, a must if you're going to build a trifecta and superfecta. Good looking gray down here in the paddock. Another interesting horse to the outside is Cross the Causeway. First time gelding, first time Lasix, Mac Robertson with Ademir Santos. Now a little wound up down here in the paddock. I'm not going to lie to you, the horse is a little sweaty and a little jumpy, but we'll see if the horse can settle in once he gets on the track. Does have some excellent breeding for the grass. Just would like to see a little better calm behavior as he gets out into the post parade, so keep an eye on that 7 who's on the board at 6-1. Second leg of that all-turf pick 3. Boy, the fans are buzzing about that new wager. Every Wednesday we do it with a 14% takeout. Our pick 4s and pick 5s have that 10% takeout, so lots of great value. 7.5 furlongs on the grass. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it home.
Before we get to race number 5, we got 5 minutes. So why not play a little beer pong? This is brought to you by Mick Ultra today. Got a couple of fellas down here trying to win some prizes and test their beer pong acumen. We have Joey and Antonio tossing a couple of balls today. They get 2 opportunities to get a ball into one of these cups. If you can get it into the front one, you win a couple of admission passes. Get it into the second row, we'll give you a t-shirt with that. If you can get it into the third row, well, it's about the same as going into the merchandise closet that we have. You get a swag pack, you get a drawstring bag, a t-shirt, admission passes, whatever you want. We'll give it to you. You guys decide who's going first. Okay, I guess it'll be Joey. Take your shot. First ball, see if you get it in. Ooh, wow, skill, even knocked the cup over. That we haven't seen in quite some time, but you got the right idea. See if you can do better than that. Antonio, whenever you're ready, take a toss. Oh, that was beautiful. Well done, well done. Okay, right off the bat, he got 2 admission passes. Think you can redeem yourself with ball number 2. Oh, a little short on that one. All right, Antonio, see if you can sweep him. See if you can go 2 for 2. I'm about to share your prizes. Oh, dang, okay. 2 for 2 and knocking over a couple of cups, but you got a couple of admission passes to come back and try again. Nice toss, Antonio. Maybe you can share one with him. Bring him back too. Maybe you can both give this another go. And if you're hungry, looking for somewhere to go around here, remember Track Snack is on the main level. We got a lot of new options around the park this summer if you're looking for something to eat. It's getting a little later in the night, but you still got a few minutes to bet the 5th if you so choose. They're going to head onto the turf course shortly. Good luck.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. Race number 5 has courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We also thank Archkey, Atomic, Choice, and Culver's. A week from Saturday, June 17th, we have a breakfast on the rail. It's your opportunity to meet jockeys and horse owners. From 7 to 10 in the morning, enjoy a trackside breakfast, exclusive views of the horses training on the track as they prepare to race, plus special guest presentations. CanterburyPark.com for information. Breakfast on the rail. They're at the gate, and it is now post time. Cross the causeway, last in. They all set. And they're racing. Undertow pops out swiftly at 7-1. Crossed the causeway, broke nicely, and so did Golden Bandit rolling into second. But they're all chasing Undertow, and Harry as they corner for the first time. Pace kind of hot, and the 6 are covered by 10, with Undertow carving the pace. After that, it is Mongolian Apple beginning to advance to the outside of that 7, about 9 lengths from the lead. 3.5 behind that, Prince of Earl, and the one at the tail is PR, Call Me Maybe. Up the barn side they go on the Canterbury Park turf course, and we have a lonely leader in the shape of Undertow. But now Undertow is joined in kind by Golden Bandit, and those two travel in perfect harmony off the far turn, and Golden Bandit is making a golden move on Undertow, taking the lead, approaching the top of the stretch. After that, cross the causeway to the inside of Mongolian Apple, 3.5 lengths clear from Prince of Earl, and PR Call Me Maybe too far out of it to win. Golden Bandit soars clear from Undertow, and Undertow continues to fight diligently, but ran into a toughie here by the name of Golden Bandit, who refuses to settle for the silver, and Golden Bandit is gone. Favorite wins 4-2-7 in race 5. Number 4, Golden Bandit ran first, beating number 2, Undertow, and a photo for the rest. 127.51, a fast final time by Golden Bandit. Results are unofficial. The 5th race is official. Race number 6, fast main track, no scratches, no rider changes. Number 6, Re-Up, should be listed as a gelding. Race number 6 is provided by Quick Trip. That's the exclusive convenience store of Canterbury Park. And we also thank Dick Sanitation, Gallagher, and Greystone. Up to the winner's enclosure, Barry and Joni Butzo's Golden Bandit and Daylor Barrios Lopez. The winning trainer, Cody Rosine. This is Golden Bandit. And they're racing. Undertow pops out swiftly at 7-1. Crossed the causeway, broke nicely, and so did Golden Bandit, rolling into second. But they're all chasing Undertow and Harry as they corner for the first time. Pace kind of hot. And the 6 are covered by 10, with Undertow carving the pace. After that, it is Mongolian Apple beginning to advance to the outside of that 7, about 9 lengths from the lead. 3.5 behind that, Prince of Earl. And the one at the tail is PR, Call Me Maybe. Up the barn side they go on the Canterbury Park turf course, and we have a lonely leader in the shape of Undertow. But now Undertow is joined in kind by Golden Bandit, and those two travel in perfect harmony off the far turn, and Golden Bandit is making a golden move on Undertow, taking the lead, approaching the top of the stretch. After that, crossed the causeway to the inside of Mongolian Apple, 3.5 lengths clear from Prince of Earl, and PR Call Me Maybe too far out of it to win. Golden Bandit soars clear from Undertow, and Undertow continues to fight diligently, but ran into a toughie here by the name of Golden Bandit, who refuses to settle for the silver, and Golden Bandit is gone. Favorite wins 4-2-7 in race 5. Number 4, Golden Bandit, ran first, beating number 2,
The Bug Boy gets it done again. Another win for him. Second on the card. And Nice training job by Cody Rosine as that horse got jogged off at Oaklawn, but boy, meant business tonight at 3-5. Let's sail on to race 6. 6 and a hook here, 7 in the gate. And I thought this was a very, very evenly matched bunch. So I'm a little surprised that we have a 6-5 shot up on the board. Respect the outside horse, but I'm going to go a different direction here. We'll start with number 1, I'm Noble. Israel Hernandez gets the call in from Turf Paradise. Last 2 tries on the turf were just okay, but if you go back to the 2 before that on the dirt, a first and a very close second, so much prefers the dirt. That inside post at 6.5 is a challenge indeed. We'll see if Izzy can handle that challenge at 12-1. Number 2 is Magnet and Steel, Alonso Quinones for Tim Padilla. These connections have been smoking hot in the opening couple weeks of racing. The Padilla barn, 42% wins. In from Will Rogers, a touch of stalking speed, exits a live race and figures to be in the hunt when they turn for home. Number 3 is Prize Fighter, looking for a knockout punch for Joel Burnt. Constantino Roman, his go-to rider. 4 tries at Canterbury, 1 win, 2 seconds. So 3 for 4 in the exacta at this track. Showed great early speed last time. Hawthorne is a pretty heavy track. 22 flat for the opening quarter mile and hung on nicely for third. So this is a very, very live 9-2 shot here. Number 4 is Runaway Ready, Minnesota bred against Open Company for Mac Robertson. One of his go-to riders is Eduardo Gallardo, off since September, but the workouts have really told the story. The most recent workout, 47-4 breezing. Mac has this horse fit and ready. Gorgeous looking gray down here in the ring. Good muscle, some good dappling. 4, boy, if that horse runs to the looks, this horse could be a real problem. And we've got a double handler. So if Troy, if you're watching, double handler in play. I'm going to try the Elwelling horse. I'm going to try the 5, Mongolian Bee. Lindy Wade looking for a riding double. He rides here for Gary Shearer. Another horse in from Chicago, second time blinkers, and I like the stalking speed. I also like the fact that this horse has run around 2 turns. At 6.5 furlongs, I like horses with route experience. I think Lindy's got a live one here right now at a square, 5-1. Number 6 is Re-Up, Kelsey Haar for Bobby Klein, in from Oaklawn Park. And when this horse is right, like he was 3 races ago, ran a really good third at 9-1. If that horse can duplicate that effort, should be in the mix here. And here comes the overwhelming favorite, Storm Approaching. The trainer Cody Rosine looking for a double. He has Luis Valenzuela astride, outside attack post and early speed. 7, if loose, will take some catching indeed. Claimers here at the $20,000 tag. They're going to battle at 6.5 furlongs. Who do you like? Put your group on track, family, work, whatever outing you got. Head to CanterburyPark.com. You'll get a discount, and you'll have a cool place to watch the races with everybody in your group and hopefully make some money along the way. Race 6 coming up, coming at you next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lynn Dykert, Canterbury Park's bugler. Thank you, Sir Leonard Dykert. Good seeing you, my man. And they walk onto the track for race number 6. It is a fast main track race. And number 6, Re-Up, is now a gelding. Mouse checked. It is now post time for race number 6. This is the I Swear We'll Beat the Eagles This Year Classic. They all in, and they're racing. Perfect start. Outside, Storm approaching, comes swirling out of the starting gate as a menacing presence, and Storm approaching is looking for that lead from the outside spot, but now is joined by Magnet and Steel to the inside. Kelsey and Re-Up are revving up, and there goes Re-Up right to the lead to the outside of Storm approaching, and between them is Mongolian B. After that, I'm Noble shoved on in the early stages. Between them is Prize Fighter, and outside of that one is Runaway Ready. We have 7 sardined by 4 into the far turn, and they're chasing Re-Up, and it's Re-Up at 12-1, opening up a length and a half. Mongolian B takes up the chase in second. Storm approaching is next. Then we come back to Magnet and Steel. Then it's 2.5, 3 back to I'm Noble, 8 lengths from the lead to the inside of Prize Fighter, and Runaway Ready is the gray in last, and they head for home. Chasing this long shot, Re-Up. Mongolian B is trying to sting the long shot to the outside. They are 5 clear from Magnet and Steel into the final football field, and up goes Mongolian B. And Mongolian B provides Lindy Wade with a double. Number 5, Mongolian B, ran first. 5, 6, 2, 1, and it's unofficial. Canterbury's 6th race is official. Superfecta 147.95 for a dime. That exacta for a buck paid 41.30. 50-cent trifecta 104.95. 4-5 double from the 5th paid $8.50. We come now to the 7th race, the final leg of the all-turf pick 3. Best of luck with that. Scratch numbers 1, Barbara Roloff, and 5, Flash Flood. 6 duel on the lawn, 21 minutes from now. Claim. We had a claim in race number 6, but first, to the winner's enclosure, Mongolian B. And Canterbury's Salt of the Earth, he is Lindy Wade with a couple of victories tonight. Well done, L-Dub. The winning owners, Al and Bill Allwelling. And the winning trainer, who dat? Gary Shear. Mongolian B at 4-1. Ladies and gentlemen, number 3 prize fighter was claimed for $20,000 by C&R Racing, and the trainer is David Van Winkle. That's prize fighter claimed, $20K, C&R DVW. And they're racing. Perfect start. Outside, Storm approaching. Comes swirling out of the starting gate as a menacing presence. And Storm approaching is looking for that lead from the outside spot, but now is joined by Magnet and Steel to the inside. Kelsey and Re-Up are revving up, and there goes Re-Up right to the lead to the outside of Storm approaching, and between them is Mongolian B. After that, I'm Noble shoved on in the early stages. Between them is Prize Fighter, and outside of that one is Runaway Ready. We have 7 sardined by 4 into the far turn, and they're chasing Re-Up, and it's Re-Up at 12-1, opening up a length and a half. Mongolian B takes up the chase in second. Storm approaching is next. Then we come back to Magnet and Steel. Then it's 2.5, 3 back to I'm Noble, 8 lengths from the lead to the inside of Prize Fighter, and Runaway Ready is the gray in last, and they head for home. Chasing this long shot, Re-Up. Mongolian B is trying to sting the long shot to the outside. They are 5 clear from Magnet and Steel into the final football field, and up goes Mongolian B. And Mongolian B provides Lindy Wade with a double. Number 5, Mongolian B, ran first. 5. Ladies and gentlemen, on TV monitors and the big screen in the infield, there are the will pays for our first all-turf pick 3. Those go to the 7th race. This the 7th race. The payoffs for the all-turf pick 3, and good luck.
Trainer Gary Shear's been doing it at a high level for a long time. He gets a Chicago shipper, puts Lindy Wade in the saddle, and they go on to a nice 4-1 victory in race 6. Time for race number 7. We close out our first time ever $1 pick 3 with that 14% takeout on races 2, 5, and 7. Every Wednesday we're going to do it. Every Wednesday it's going to have that low 14% takeout in the $1 pick 3 if you're alive here. Tough race to finish it out with. Very, very good looking field. Fillies and Mares, we take out a couple of key horses, scratch the 1 and the 5, and here's number 2, She's on Easy Street. Joe Roberts conditions. Zeke Laura, the pilot. Boy, Zeke brought in some great prices last year at the track. This horse is on her toes. She's got great energy down here in the paddock. Advantageous inside post. Probably going to sit a little off the pace, but she's got enough speed to stay within touch, and turf racing all about saving ground and saving energy. Zeke knows that. Looks like he's got a good one here, too. Her ears are up. She's very attentive. She's enjoying herself so far in the paddock. I think the biggest surprise for me on the tote board early is the 6-1 on this girl. This is Eminent Threat. She's done well on the Canterbury turf. She's trained by a Hall of Famer in Mac Robertson. Eduardo Gallardo's a great jockey. And the turf figures tell me she should contend. 7-2 morning line up there right now with a double handler at 6-1. So yes, I will include that in all my exactas, tries, and superfectas at that juicy price. People falling in love with the 4 here. 6-5 on Minnesota Nice. Jermaine Bridgemahan, terrific turf pilot. He rides for Scott Young. Last time out, they were in Texas against Open Company at Lone Star. Now we're back with our friends. We're back with Minnesota breds. We've got a touch of closing kick, and we've got some big turf figures to boot. 6-5, as you can see by my picks on the screen. I'm a little bit against this horse, but can't fault anybody who thinks she can win because she does have some class. 6 is Sense of Flurry. Adamir Santos gets the call for Joel Burnt. Burnt's got a couple in here. This horse last seen in September ran a decent 4th against similar competition, and he is 13-1. Now, if you're going to use the trifecta and superfecta bet in this race, I could see the 6 sneaking into the bottom part of that in 3rd or 4th. 7 is Ice and Lemon. Double H, Harry Hernandez for Chip Woolley, in from Arizona, turf debut. Good bloodlines, and looks pretty good down here in the paddock. So kind of a mystery package, but you love to see Double H getting on at 7-1. I really like the 8 here. I like Lock It Down a lot. It's my power play of the night. She loves this turf course. It looked like Joel Burnt had to work to get her right last year. It took her a while to figure it out. She was a bit of a puzzle early in her career, but as the season went on, she got pretty good. She's got natural speed. She's got Constantino Roman. She looks good down here in the walking ring, and if he can get loose at any point in the race, she showed some grit in a couple of those turf routes last year. I think she'll be tough here, and she's on the board as the second choice at 2-1. Final thoroughbred race of the night, but we've still got 3 unbelievable quarter horse dashes, including 2 stakes races. If you're here live, get out near the finish line for races 8, 9, and 10. They come thundering down that stretch. It is something to watch. But turf racing here, if you're alive in the pick 5 or the all-turf pick 3, well, we wish you the best of luck. Down the bridle path they go, soon to the bugler, and the call to the post. The fillies and mares will be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it home.
We're back down in the winner's circle here at Canterbury Park. And, you know, it's been a pretty hot June thus far. You want to cool off with some seltzers. I got some coworkers out here having one after work, and maybe they can have another one after work at Seltzer Fest. Now I have a couple of ladies here from where? Who are you?
Emily from Cottage Grove. Caitlin from Woodbury.
And they're going to team up on this edition of trivia. They're going to try to find the imposter flavor among Bud Light seltzers. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a trivia question on the board of which one of these flavors is not a flavor of Bud Light seltzer. Pretty simple. You get the right answer, and anybody out there, Bud Light aficionados, feel free to jump in and give them the right answer. See if Bud Seltzer aficionados, that is, can jump in and give you the flavor that doesn't fit. Let's take a look. Which is not a flavor of Bud Light seltzer? Is it A, cranberry, lime margarita, blueberry, raspberry ice, or orange soda? Okay, well, they've already given me their answer. Anybody else join in with?
C.
Let's see if C, blue raspberry ice, is the correct answer. It is. Congratulations, ladies. Well done. I hear it's your first time here at Canterbury. Now you've won a pair of tickets to come back for your second trip to Canterbury. Since you are on a winning streak, I have to say congratulations, and give me that pick that you have for this race now that you're winning.
5.
The 5, okay? The 5 is scratched, but that's all right. You get a refund for all of those bets. You come back here and enjoy Seltzer Fest with us. Congratulations, ladies, and thanks for playing.
It is now post time. Three in. Minnesota Nice is 8-5. Trainer Scott Young with a starter here at Canterbury. Quite accomplished at all of his winter stops. Lock it down, last in. They're in the gate. And they're racing, and another perfect start has taken place. Imminent Threat came out of the gate very nicely, but now the bookenders go 1-2, and it is She's on Easy Street at 8-1 to the inside, flashing speed. Lock it down at 4-1, also with good speed, and those two are right together as they make the turn, about 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Imminent Threat, and Minnesota Nice advances to the outside of that one. Minnesota Nice under a very, very tight hold. Then we come back to Ice and Lemon, and right to the inside of that is Sense of Flurry. And they were racing in 3 packs of 2, but now She's on Easy Street looks to get the highway home, and She's on Easy Street opens up by 2. In second is Lock It Down, 1.5 clear from Imminent Threat. After that, Minnesota Nice advancing without being asked. Then it's Ice and Lemon, 5 lengths from the lead, putting Sense of Flurry in last. Off the far turn they roll. She's on Easy Street, still residing on Easy Street with the lead. Here's a challenge in the shape of Lock It Down, and 3 wide is Minnesota Nice. Right behind them is Imminent Threat, sequestered, nowhere to go. Imminent Threat blocked by the top 2. After that, Sense of Flurry, and then Ice and Lemon, and here they come, and up goes Lock It Down, slugging it out with She's on Easy Street. Now Imminent Threat gets the light of day, but it looks to be too late, or is it? It is Lock It Down, and She's on Easy Street from Imminent Threat. Lock It Down, locked it down at 4-1. In the winner's enclosure, Lock It Down and Constantino Roman, the winning owner, Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables, and the winning trainer is Joe Burnt. The victorious Lock It Down is a 4-year-old bay filly by Mizzen Mast out of the Stormy Atlantic mare, Mermaid Sarah, bred in Minnesota by H. Allen Poindexter. Payoffs available. Superfecta 83 and change. Pick 4, $40 and change. And the pick 5 paid $457.85. We come now to the 8th race. It is the North Star State Derby, a quarter horse stakes race, 22 minutes from now. They're in the gate. And they're racing, and another perfect start has taken place. Imminent Threat came out of the gate very nicely, but now the bookenders go 1-2, and it is She's on Easy Street at 8-1 to the inside, flashing speed. Lock It Down at 4-1, also with good speed, and those two are right together as they make the turn, about 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Imminent Threat, and Minnesota Nice advances to the outside of that one. Minnesota Nice under a very, very tight hold. Then we come back to Ice and Lemon, and right to the inside of that is Sense of Flurry. And they were racing in 3 packs of 2, but now She's on Easy Street looks to get the highway home, and She's on Easy Street opens up by 2. In second is Lock It Down, 1.5 clear from Imminent Threat. After that, Minnesota Nice advancing without being asked. Then it's Ice and Lemon, 5 lengths from the lead, putting Sense of Flurry in last. Off the far turn they roll. She's on Easy Street, still residing on Easy Street with the lead. Here's a challenge in the shape of Lock It Down, and 3 wide is Minnesota Nice. Right behind them is Imminent Threat, sequestered, nowhere to go. Imminent Threat blocked by the top 2. After that, Sense of Flurry, and then Ice and Lemon, and here they come, and up goes Lock It Down, slugging it out with She's on Easy Street. Now Imminent Threat gets the light of day, but it looks to be too late, or is it? It is Lock It Down, and She's on Easy Street from Imminent Threat. Lock It Down, locked it down at 4-1. Ladies and gentlemen, on TV monitors, the Turf Pick 3 payoff, 14% takeout, and the first $1 Turf Pick 3 that we've had at Canterbury, and it pays nearly 80 to 1 on your money. Congratulations. And welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. It is time for the Wednesday Stakes race, and this is the North Star State Derby. Now, as Johnny the Mouse Mickelson of our TV department likes to remind us, this one may be short on numbers, but it's long on ability. And trainer Jason Olmstead has 3 of the 5 in this race. Jason is always a handful with whatever he starts at Canterbury, really, or anywhere else. But it behooves us to congratulate Jason on the wonderful, wonderful season he had down in Oklahoma City at Remington Park, including getting a third-place finish in a $1.2 million race within the last week. Good job, Jason, one of the nice guys here at Canterbury. And it's time to handicap the North Star State Derby and welcome the Qs to the Covenant. And here is Senior Spotty Kevin Gorg.
Yeah, thank you, PA. We've got 4 fillies and a gelding set to battle in this stakes race. And they come charging right down the lane, straight line style, 400 yards. And can anybody beat the favorite here? She's special. We got to know her a little bit last summer. We'll get to Beep Beep Rev Rev. We're going to start with this good-looking girl, number 1, Blue Bayou. With those pretty blinkers on, the ears are up, third time off the layoff, has been facing open company, and this stakes race is restricted to horses that are bred in Minnesota. So right away, you know this horse has probably faced some tough competition at Remington. It's one of the Olmstead horses. It's third off the layoff, and this horse has a running line that's competitive with their favorite. Go back to that $70,000 stakes race last September. Horse was beaten only a length by Beep Beep Rev Rev. So there's a case to be made. There's a price on the board at 4 to 1. Number 2 is EOS Whiskey Girl for the great trainer Ed Ross Hardy. Ramirez gets the call, second off the bench, did not care for the sloppy track, kind of spun the wheels right out of the starting gate. You can draw a line through that. Another horse who was beaten within a length only of Beep Beep Rev Rev last year. Ran some good races at Canterbury, is now a 3-year-old and a Hall of Famer calling the shots. You got to give her a look at 5 to 1. Here is the 3, and boy, do I love her. She's Beep Beep Rev Rev. Escobedo shows up here. 4 tries on the Canterbury main track, 3 victories. She has dominated state-bred competition. She has good energy, and she, too, is third time off the layoff. She's going to be a handful. I cannot build an exacta without having the 3-horse in the mix. I think she's going to be tough to beat, and boy, does she look good down here in the walking ring. 4 is Relentless Flash, Garcia for Olmstead. If the favorite gets beat, without a doubt, this is the most likely horse to do it. Destroyed open company last time at Remington Park. Back with state breds. Had some troubled starts here last year. It looks like a horse that's a lot smarter and a lot more savvy now. The danger to the favorite, in my opinion, is the 4, Relentless Flash. Those are 4 girls. We can't forget about the boy up on the outside. The only gelding in the field is Rockin' the World. Frink gets the call for Bacchus. Had a bunch of trouble last year. Did not have a lot of luck leaving the starting gate. Outside post can be advantageous, and 8 to 1. It's the $20,000 North Star State Derby. Quarter horses looking to run into the history book. Can anybody beat Beep Beep Rev Rev? Get your bets in now. Head down to that finish line and watch them come thundering home. Stakes action at Canterbury coming up, coming at you next.
Into the post parade for the North Star State Derby, and here they are. Number 1 is Blue Bayou, ridden by Armando Alvidrez. Number 2, EOS Whiskey Girl and Angel Ramirez. This one is owned by Corey Wilmus and trained by Ed Ross Hardy. Number 3 is Beep Beep, Rev Rev, and Edwin Escobedo. Congratulations to Edwin on his outstanding Remington Park season. Beep Beep Rev Rev is owned by Paul Ludeman's Summer Run Inc. and trained by Jason Olmstead. Jason also has number 4, Relentless Flash. Ramiro Garcia rides, and the owner Tom Maher. Ken Quaid owns number 5, Rocking the World, for trainer Lexan Backhouse, the jockey Doug Frank. That's the quintet for the 2023 North Star State Derby, and they blast in about 5 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention down to the winner's circle. This good-looking man to my right hails from God's country in Burnsville. Give it up for Scott. Big crowd, big applause. All right, here we go. For the man from Burnsville, it's time to play Concert in the Park Trivia. This is going to be a humdinger. They're going to play some music. You're going to have to guess who the artist is. It's going to be multiple choice. Do you feel confident?
Yes.
They grew them up smart in Burnsville. Al and Marilyn Luckcraft out there know that. Let's listen to the music, and we'll have a little, oh, here we go. The songs that from this artist were Running Out of Moonlight and Goodnight Kiss. So we've got A, the Marshall Tucker Band, B, Smash Mouth, C, Get the Let Out, or D, Randy Houser. It's multiple choice. We need the correct answer.
I would love to go with my brain. Marshall Tucker sings Can't You See, and that's all I know. But we're going to go with D, Randy Houser.
Is it D, Randy Houser? Hey, what do you say?
Let's go.
Quick Trip Pit Passes, the best seats in the house for Scott from Burnsville. We play it each and every Wednesday right out here at the park.
It is now post time. Post time for the North Star State Derby. We have 2 left to go in as we welcome our quarter horse racing secretary, Amber Carlisle, to the winner's enclosure to take in the North Star State Derby, and here they come. And there they go. EOS Whiskey Girl looking to leave them punch drunk. Blue Bayou firing to the inside between them. Beep, beep, rev, rev. And outside of that, Relentless Flash. And it's 16-1. EOS Whiskey Girl is dominating in intoxicatingly good fashion. Number 2, EOS Whiskey Girl, dusted 'em. Photography for the rest. The numbers 2341, 2341 in 19.79. The North Star State Derby is official. $34.80 for a $2 win wager on the upsetter. Double $48.50 from the 7th. Pick 3 from the 6th. Paid $552.90. That 2-3 exacta, $55.80. And the 2-3-4 trifecta for 50 cents, paid $49.25. 10-cent super Vecta, actually we only had 5, so no soup. But we do have the penultimate. The 9th race is around the corner. Number 5, Fabulous and Fiery, is ridden by Luis Valenzuela. And scratch number 7 from race 9. Once again, we welcome Miss Amber Carlisle to the winner's circle. She's our quarter horse racing secretary and also holds assorted other titles. And she has the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the North Star State Derby. And joining Miss Carlisle is EOS Whiskey Girl and Angel Ramirez. Corey Wilmus is the winning owner, and the winning trainer, Canterbury Park Hall of Famer Ed Ross Hardy. EOS Whiskey Girl is a 3-year-old bay filly by Apolitical Jess out of Saving Shirley. The North Star State Derby champion was bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Corey Wilmus. The winning owner and breeder of EOS Whiskey Girl is Corey Wilmus, who is with KG.
With Ed Ross Hardy, the Hall of Famer, barking instructions, Corey, this was not just a stakes win, but this was an emphatic victory over a really talented field that included Beep Beep Rev Rev. Did you ever in your wildest imagination see this effort coming tonight?
To be quite honest, no. I knew we were leaving between the two best gate horses in the whole field, and honestly, I thought she'd probably get left in the gates and get stuck behind them. And when she left, I was like, game on. And I got to thank Ed Hardy, Kerry Hardy, and the whole crew, the rider, for putting on a good race tonight.
These horses are like family, right? They're like little kids. You watch them grow up before your very eyes. You bred her, and likely now you got a different game plan than you had before tonight, but how special is it to see her kind of all grown up tonight, winning a stakes race the way she did it, knowing that there are a lot of big races in front of her?
There is a lot of big races in front of her, and I will say that this is the best stallion I've ever bred to. And when this baby was born, she was a freak in the stall and scared me, but she ended up being a nice racehorse.
Congratulations, that was some performance tonight.
Thank you.
EOS Whiskey Girl leaves them punch drunk in our first quarter horse stakes race of the season.
EOS Whiskey Girl looking to leave them punch drunk. Blue Bayou firing to the inside between them. Beep, beep, rev, rev. And outside of that, Relentless Flash. And it's 16 to 1. EOS Whiskey Girl is dominating in intoxicatingly good fashion.
Well, the quarter horse season starts with a kapow, as Jeff Madej likes to say, up in the press box. Ed Ross Hardy, the Hall of Famer, at 16 to 1. You got to love the value there. And now we sail on to the final two races of the night. We've got a really cool maiden race here at 300 yards, another stakes race in the lucky last, race number 10. So we've got a nice daily double for you here. Let's take a look at the maidens looking for career victory number 1. And how about this good-looking gray? bouncing in the dusk out here of Shakopee. It's Union quality. This 2-year-old filly, ridden by Don Frank, and shows a couple of nice workouts. But boy, the most impressive part of the equation for a horse that's never raced is just how beautiful this horse looks. Lots of good energy, arched neck, ears up, very attentive here as she parades around the paddock and taking a little money for her first start at 7-1. Number 2 is Cartel's Eagle. Angela Herman loves this horse, and we'll see if this horse can run to those couple of races at Remington. Those are tough, tough races. A close 4th and a close 3rd. And Remington Park, kind of the Churchill Downs of quarter horse racing. If you can handle yourself there, when you ship, you're usually going to win. That's Angela's tout, Cartel's Eagle. She's getting a fair price up on the board right now, too, at 5-2. Number 3, making the debut in the racing tonight, it's Copium Zumman. Cervantes gets the call here. Couple of workouts. Not much to go on for the South Dakota bred. Let's take a look at the 3-horse in the paddock. Got the blinkers on, those pretty wraps, and good muscle, good thick muscle tone there, 10-1. 4 is Mystic Coronita. Ramirez gets the call for the Hobbs gang. The blinkers go on. Another horse with a couple of starts down at Remington, and experience matters in a race where a lot of these horses have never run. I'm going to fall on the 5 here. My top pick is going to be Fabulous and Fiery. The Iowa bred with Luis Valenzuela taking over in the saddle, debuted in the mud. I think the horse will appreciate the fast track. Exits a very, very live maiden race. The top 2 finishers have come back to win, and this horse had a trouble line that says tardy at the break. We'll need a clean break here. Not a lot of room for error, but taking money on the board nonetheless. Mallory Norton has a couple of horses, including the 6 Favorite Teller MRL. Gutierrez gets the call. Sneaky good debut last time out. Another Remington debut. Popped the gate, showed speed, and faded late. Can improve. Looks good down here and taking money too. 5-1 morning line. Bet down to 3-1. Maidens here looking for a career victory number 1. They're going to come dashing 300 yards down the stretch. Someone's going to get their opening win of their career. Could be a superstar in the making. We just saw a really cool stakes race. Get your bets in now. Get to the rail. Watch these horses and enjoy race number 9.
There at the gate, and it is post time. There in the gate. And they're racing. The white horse, Union Quality, came out in quality fashion, but has been overtaken by Cartel's Eagle. And after that, favorite Teller Merle to the outside. Also fabulous and fiery surging, but it's too late. Cartel's Eagle soars into the winner's circle. Number 2, Cartel's Eagle, first. The numbers 2, 5, 6, 1. The penultimate is official. 2, 5, 6, 1. We close with a quarter horse stakes race called the North Star State Futurity. No scratches, no rider changes. Be to the gate 20 minutes from now. Into the winner's enclosure, Cartel's Eagle and Fernando Fonseca Soto. The winning owner, Steve Leonard, and the winning trainer, Mallory Norton. This is Cartel's Eagle. And they're racing. The white horse Union Quality came out in quality fashion, but has been overtaken by Cartel's Eagle. And after that, favorite Teller Merle to the outside. Also Fabulous and Fiery surging, but it's too late. Cartel's Eagle.
We started with 7 thoroughbreds. We're ending the card with 3 quarter horses, and what a way to go out. We have the Futurity to end it here, and Minnesota breds are going to close out the first night of quarter horse racing of turf pick 3s. A lot of firsts for this meet, but you got one of the most full fields and interesting betting races to conclude Wednesday. Now, I know that for quarter horse racing, there's a different kind of approach that you take than the thoroughbreds. For Canterbury quarter horse racing in particular, where is it that you begin?
Trainers. I think that's been the biggest tell from day number 1. Jeff Madej, kind of the all-knowing, the Yoda of our press box in terms of knowledge with the quarter horses. Everything I learned from Jeff. And the trainers have such a big impact on our results here. And it's been 2 guys, right? It's been Ed Ross Hardy and Jason Olmstead. So I start with their horses.
Right.
I look for their go-to jockeys, and then I try to build a case for some other outsiders that might be of the upset variety. But they're both trainers that I respect so much. They've had so much success here, and that's where I usually land. Fair
enough. And I mean, I used horses from both barns, but when you go to a horse on top, I mean, which barn did you start in? Who'd you end up on, and why?
I was real close to picking the 1. Anytime I see a stakes race and a first-timer for a Hall of Fame trainer, I'm tempted. I just don't know about that post. But the Inside Marker is a sneaky horse for me. We're going to see that horse on the screens right now. I like the 7. I like the race experience. There's a lot of horses in here that have never done much. And this horse's debut was pretty good. Dueled the whole way into a headwind. Olmstead's got great second-out numbers, and this is where Escobedo lands. So it was hard for me to get around this horse. You did not land on the 7. Give me a couple of reasons why you're on the 5.
Well, I used the 7 second, and I respect what you're saying about him. I mean, you'll see him come into the screen. Surely he's a big, stout horse. He got stuck on his left lead when he debuted down at Remington Park, but did everything else right. I mean, really going to be a solid favorite, and right now he is at 7-5. But you get 7-1 on Sugar Rush, and Sugar Rush did not have everything go right in that maiden race. Now, he's a big dude, too. I mean, you'll see him come around on the screen, kind of taller, and when he drew the rail, he veered in towards it. I mean, got very, very close to the rail. And, you know, a first-timer might get a little scared of that, and he put his head up a little bit, but he kept going. I mean, he showed actually good determination to keep going in a spot where some horses would have sucked back or spooked or something like that. And it showed a dimension of professionalism that you don't always see from a first-time starter. So I think that Sugar Rush has some more upside to him. I loved that he drew further outside. That's him on the screen right now. And he just looked uncomfortable in that first start. So if he can find a rhythm off that rail, I think you'll see a much better performance from him. And in the morning, he was keeping up with a lot of his other stablemates in here.
Yeah, and that rail position for a debut is no bargain. So I certainly respect that. And if you get anything close come post time to 7-2, that might be a value. The other horse that caught my eye on paper anyway was the outside horse, Ange. That's Kathy Wagon, 2-year-old filly. Again, another horse that got stuck on the rail during the debut, and I love a horse rotating from the inside post to the outside post. I think the 9 is super sneaky. Showed some speed in that race. Outside post now. The only question I had is, you know, the 300 yards is a step up. This horse debuted at 250, so that extra 50 yards could be pesky. But when looking for some value for the exotics, I thought the 9 might be interesting.
Yeah, she tuckered out quick at 250. That was my concern with her, too. I mean, she was out of gas, and it was only 250. Let's go back to the one that you were talking about before, because Ed Ross Hardy will look to sweep these stakes, and he'll try with Vio's Atonement, a first-time filly on the inside. Now, she's a half to Vio's Fantastic Era, who won the Minnesota Derby, was a little bit better at 3, but Fly Ian, this filly's mother, won the Minnesota Futurity on Festival Day in 2012. The barn can get a firster ready to roll. There is a quick work out of the gate. Now, this horse didn't get going, at least as far as published works, until May. So even though you get some things that are, I guess, could be viewed as mixed messages from the 1, you're still getting 14-1. Given the choice between the inside or outside horse underneath one of ours, who would you take?
Probably the 1 because of the value. I mean, I like the 1.
Fair enough. Okay, well, you see 57, 57, 57 for everybody's top selection. A few different possibilities down below, but somebody is going to be a stakes winner in 9 minutes. Full field, 6-5 favorite in Relentless Mini. And remember, we're coming back on Saturday at the Belmont. Quickly, Kevin, your thoughts.
Love the Belmont Stakes. It's just such a traditionally fun race to handicap and to watch at 1.5 miles. I'm going to try Hit Show on Saturday. Double-digit long shot. I think the horse has a big chance to be a part of that. I respect the 3 big guys, though. Forte, such a nice horse. Tapit Trice, so talented, and of course, Angel of Empire, the three big dogs. They've been the best three all year. They're going to line up, and boy, it's going to be fun to watch.
It is going to be fun to watch. Remember, they're going to start early. We're going to take a break for the Belmont Stakes between our first and second races. Our first will kick off at 5 on Saturday. Our last on Wednesday is going at 8. Everybody, thank you for joining us on track and around the country. We so appreciate you taking part in racing tonight, and we'll see you on Saturday.
Sir Leonard Dykert, the Canterbury Park bugler, with impeccable work per usual, brings them onto the track for the North Star State Futurity. And here they are. Number 1 is VOS Atonement, owned by Rodney Von Olen and trained by Ed Ross Hardy. Angel Ramirez rides. Ramiro Garcia has the call aboard number 2, Avery's Treasure, for Lunderborg LLC and trainer Jason Olmstead. Fernando Fonseca Soto rides number 3, Saturday Night Gamble. The owner, Amanda Ray McCabe, and the trainer, Tyler Stein. Jason Olmstead also trains number 4, Valiant Speed, for owner Tom Maher. The rider, Alexis Ramirez. Armando Alvarez rides number 5, Sugar Rush. Sugar Rush is owned by Summer Run Inc. and the trainer, Jason Olmstead. Bill Gedditz trains number 6, KQ's Dreaming. Eric Calzada rides, the owner, Ken Quaid. Paul Ludeman's Summer Run Inc. also owns number 7, Relentless Mini, ridden by Edwin Escobedo, the trainer, Jason Olmstead. Jason also trains number 8, Darlin' Hold On, for Paul Ludeman, Blinkers Off Racing, and Gerald Decker. Corey Wilmus also owns, and Kelsey Haar is in the irons. LAV Luis Valenzuela rides number 9, Kathy Wagon, for Tom Maher and trainer Jason Olmstead. And those 9 go to the gate for the North Star State Futurity. They blast 5 minutes from now. 2 minutes. The cues have reached the starting gate, and it's post time. It is post time for our second of two stakes events this evening. This, the North Star State Futurity. Relentless Mini, 4-5, and favored as they move in line. Ooh, number 1 BOS Atonement has flung Angel Ramirez. The rider pops up okay and walks away from it. Now they back out Avery's Treasure, number 2. And they're trying to get the filly VOS Atonement all squared away. They have backed them out of the gate. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, number 1 has been scratched on the advice of the track veterinarian and by order of our stewards. Refunds available right now for Win Play Show, Exacta Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers involving number 1. There will be a consolation double paid from the winner of race 9 to number 1, BOS Atonement. And all wagers of the horizontal variety will shift to the starting favorite in race 10, given we are sans number 1 VOS Atonement, the late scratch. Back in. And they're moving back in. Just a couple back now. Darlin, Hold On. A Little Bitter. Kathy Wagon. Sludge Factory. And we're set for the North Star State Futurity. In the gate. And they're racing. Good beginnings for all on the inside. Avery's Treasure pops, but so too does Sugar Rush. And outside of that, Relentless Mini is firing. 5 and 7 to the line together. Sugar Rush is the North Star State Futurity champion. Number 5, Sugar Rush first, 5742. $15.68 the final time. The trainer swept the superfecta, and the owner of the winner swept the exacta. Well done. Tenth race, official. Exacta, $9.90. Trifecta, $27.10. Final double, consolation, $3.40. The 2-5 double, $20.50. Pick 3, $543.30 to close festivities. That final pick 3, $543. And the final pick 4 paid $995.55 for a 50-cent investment. Into the winner's enclosure, it is Sugar Rush and Armando Alvidrez. Sugar Rush is owned by Summer Run Inc. and trained by Jason Olmstead. The winner is a 2-year-old bay son of One Fabulous Eagle from the PYC Paint Your Wagon mare, Candy Coated Paint, bred in Minnesota by Darling Farms. Our quarter horse racing secretary, Amber Carlisle, is in the winner's enclosure making the trophy presentation to the Ludemans, the owners of Summer Run Inc. Congratulations. And thank you very much for joining us this evening. Live racing resumes at Canterbury Saturday at 5 o'clock. And on behalf of our management team, those in the television department, and those of us up here in the Dark Star press box, thank you very much for joining us here in Shakopee. If you are leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. And they're racing. Good beginnings for all on the inside. Avery's Treasure pops, but so too does Sugar Rush. And outside of that, Relentless Minnie is firing. 5 and 7 to the line together. Sugar Rush is the North Star State Futurity champion.